Stream up and running. We're having a little bit of difficulty with the quality options. I've since learned not to say, "Oh, it's been working really well," because whenever I do that, there's a problem. But I will admit, it's actually been pretty good for the last little while, and unfortunately, tonight has broken that string. But that's fine. We'll make do. It looks like I've got them there, so that means I get to close my browser windows. I believe I've already tweeted out the stream, and I was hoping to start at 7 sharp, but obviously I had a couple of interruptions, one of which is getting coffee. I forgot to go to the bathroom, but I'm going to do my best to keep like my workers in this game. And for some reason, the Epic launcher is taking a minute to load up. Otherwise, we'd be inside the game. So we are going to be continuing the save from last time. My hope is that we'll be able to kind of deliver the final blow to the rebels, or as Twitter refers to it, my benevolent plan to eradicate homelessness. But it is worth mentioning that I am doing the things that the game is currently... So this is a known feature of the early access game. But I am basically doing all the things that make the game sort of degrade in terms of performance. So first of all, I'm going to be loading from... Oh, you know what? Looks like there hasn't been a patch. So we should be able to continue... Oh, wait a minute. I think Hector Scientific is the one that I... sorry, I just had something between my teeth. I'm pretty sure Hector Scientific was the one that I did on stream, and Coda Technologies is the one... I think that's one that I was just trying for myself. Yes, because this doesn't have any special names, whereas this one's got it here. Not tonight Twitch ads, I will watch this to see. How you doing, Night Valian? So let's get the formalities out of the way first. We've got some bodies inside a chat, so I don't feel like I'm saying this to an empty room. As always, if you're watching on YouTube, first of all, thank you very much, because I realize 4-hour videos do not really do all that much for people on that platform, but I do appreciate the people, especially supporting games that I'm really interested in and are by Canadian developers. But with that in mind, I want to get the disclaimer out, and then I'll be able to say, in terms of where you can jump ahead. So, I was given a key for this game by Brace Yourself Games. A very special thank you to them, because I've also got a key for Phantom Brigade, which is an amazing game. It's actually been a really wonderful dilemma to divide my attention between the two of them. So, with that in mind, this one also is a little bit more entangled because currently Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are exclusive to the Epic Store. From the descriptions that I've heard from the developer, both will come to Steam at some point, but the best I can tell, Industries of Titan has a 2021 number, so that's, there's 365 possible days that can be true for. And then I think they've said that Phantom Brigade will be coming to Steam. I don't believe that there's anything beyond that, so... Everybody should buy Phantom Brigade, hashtag not end, maybe... Oh, yeah. Not an ad, maybe an ad, yeah. Well, again, as always, it's one of these things where you should be upfront in terms of disclosing it. Because it's a live broadcast, I've started to try and filter that in a couple of times over. But it is worth remembering that I am still a member of Epic's affiliate program. This, of course, means that if you would like to have a little bit of the revenue from your purchase go through, you can use my link, or you can use the creator code SystemChalk at checkout. But unlike some of the other games, which the connection is just simply that I've been given a key for promotional purposes, independent of what Brace Yourself has done, I do in fact have an affiliate link, and currently this game is only available through that particular store. Now, ultimately, it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to use the affiliate link, and frankly, I don't have too many hard feelings if you have another creator that you would like to support. And I actually don't know if Epic is covering the costs anymore, so maybe you'd just like all of the money to go to Brace Yourself, and in that case, I think that's also a really cool thing for you to do. But in terms of those interests, I want to be particularly careful with the Epic ones and the ones that are Epic exclusives, for the simple reason that while I really like these games, and I think most of you who've been watching for a while know that I am generally very enthusiastic about a lot of the games that I play. Part of that is a selection bias because, I don't just randomly ask for keys for things. I ask for keys for things that I think will be a good fit, either based on what somebody has said before. So, for instance, a lot of you people asking about Dwarf Fortress. Part of that went into the decision to continue doing Industries of Titan. I obviously already like Surviving Mars. I really enjoy City Builders. The simulation aspects, I haven't quite been able to get a grip on in other games. So Fractorio sort of evaded me so far, although I do have a copy of it. But yeah, I do want to be clear, I think my motives are pure on these things, but that's maybe not for me to decide for you. Ultimately, people should be upfront in terms of, when they've been given a key for promotional purposes. As you guys learned about Cyberpunk yesterday, that doesn't mean that I have an uncritical view of a particular game. But we live in a time where definitely there's a lot of word of mouth recommendations, and it's important to know that those words are coming, where those words are coming from, and ultimately you will weight your decisions on that basis. But I do try to make sure that the talks are no more than 10 minutes. So for those of you who are already sick of hearing me chat, I'll try not to abuse the 10-minute mark. I mean, if I don't have something to say for 10 minutes, I don't have something to say. But it will be no longer than that. So if you want to jump ahead in the video for the YouTube group. Whoa! I didn't know we were under attack. Oh, did I forget to save? I bet you that's it. Let's go to the main menu and double check that. Or maybe I didn't forget to save. Maybe I chose to start with the... No, this is the latest save. All right, well, we start with some excitement, but I'm definitely going to pause and talk. But yeah, anyways... Overall plans for the stream. Obviously, there was a Dirty Rectangles this week. I wasn't expecting there to be one, but it turns out that there was. So I'm, a little, I don't know, occupied. It was a little bit of a disjointed streaming schedule this week, but we're back on track. I have to do some VODs over the weekend, but that is, in my opinion, not a hardship. And, hey, look, I can do two things at once. Never knew I had it in me. But yeah, other than that, recording some videos over the weekend. And, what was the other thing? I know we're getting close to Christmas. I still need to figure out what my plans are for that. Oh my god. I did not appreciate that there were guys coming up from that end. I've got the impression that... Oh yeah, actually this is one thing. I got the impression that people were really interested in role-playing games. I actually wasn't expecting that. And so I'm debating about how I could potentially add another day to the streaming schedule to be able to accommodate that interest. But no promises. I gotta figure that out properly. But yeah, as with everything, we'll be back to the regular schedule for next week. Monday, more Age of Wonders Planetfall. Although I've noticed that the viewership is really starting to tick down on that. So if you are interested in seeing me continue playing those games, please do speak up, because it is one that I'm actually considering... oh, you know what? Maybe emptying my batteries right now is not a good idea. Let's save that for after the fight. But yeah, that one I'm kind of considering that maybe it's time that I change up the Monday game. But yeah, other than that, on the usual Tuesday Elder Scrolls, and then Wednesday, Wednesday and Friday I'll probably be doing more Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan. But we'll figure that out at the time. I think we need to figure out how we're going to deal with these rebels, because I suspect these are not going to be the only two ships. So let's take Giant Anthe. We'll get them to defend the shipyard. I was talking about how I've sort of set things up to be, the worst possible sort of worst possible circumstances for Industries of Titan. If I keep building more, ships, I'm going to wind up in a situation where things are very laggy. But for now, let's see what happens with the attacks. Actually, you know what? Let's not go on an interception course quite yet. Let's see what they're going to attack. Because if we can get them in range of the defense turret, that's pretty good. It does mean that some of our infrastructure is going to take some damage, but that's a hit I'm willing to take. Right, well, these guys will sort each other out. Yeah, we got more bad guys. They're everywhere! Alright. Looks like the Rainbreaker up here is going to be a problem. So for that fellow... Oh, nope, we got bad guys in this region as well. The catch is that we really don't have any defenses up here. So at some point I'm going to need to bury everything, but let's try and save things. We also seem to have garbage problems again, so I'm wondering if maybe I did lose some... Maybe I did lose a save. This guy's going to be really slow getting to where they need to go. But, yeah. Let's see. Okay. No! Finding it a little hard to click on my... Do you have a ship in there? Yep. So we got at least one of these things down. We'll have to wait until the crash before the... Mine's in rough shape. I think I'm just gonna have to accept that this thing's gonna get destroyed. Good lord, they're swarming us. It's looking dicey on this fight. I definitely thought that Giant Anthe would be doing a better job. Alright, let's pause and just see where everything's at. If things get really desperate, we have the burrowing option. It's specifically why I've been holding off on using it. What I need to do right now, though, is try and get something to distract the escape. So, the Ashen Python is not really well suited for the moment, but we'll try and close the distance a little bit. Okay, so that's good news. These guys have now been engaged by one of our turrets, so let's get our big fellas back in the fight. Alright, that road is pretty important to us, so I think it pains me to do so, but I think the time has come for me to hit that burrow button. So much anger. Okay, good. This energy plant is in desperate need of repairs. Good news is it doesn't look like it's going to be attacked by too much. So let's get the Forgotten Hornet. They're going to run out of fuel over the city, but I got to work with what I've been given. So yeah, the Ashen Python's really gotta... The Ashen Python's buying some turn. Oh, damn it. We gotta rebuild the conversion center. So I think for the most part we're in reasonably good shape ship-wise. So we basically, I think in most cases, we're able to match an enemy with a ship now. Although what I should be doing right now, I should be smartening up on my infrastructure. The fact that the fact that I'm under attack isn't an excuse for me to hold off on my expansion plans. So the Ashen Python's going to be able to flip out in a minute. Still got to figure out what we're going to do with the Dog of Hope. Oh, good lord. I admire your spunk, Ashen Python, but I don't think you can take that on. I should probably be moving the Forgotten Hornet to deal with this over here. So we've got a turret already dealing with these guys. Good news is that Giant Ant is going to be able to come in and clean up the riffraff before too long. Angry Rhea's also getting banged up. You know, these rebels claim to be supporting the downtrodden, but I sure see a lot of my employees on the casualty list. Okay, good news. Definitely a lot of repairs to be done. Okay, good. So 1 and 2 here. Can really only fight one at a time. So at this point, I think I'm just gonna throw people into the shipyards. Get some repairs in. Ah, we already have ships being built there. Okay, rebels are down, so this is the point where we really want to start hunting rebel camps. And we don't really have any indicators. I'm not 100% sure about the idea of the ship coming from over here. It could be that I'm mistaken in thinking that... It could be that I'm mistaken in thinking that these things... Oh yes, we can also... So we'll do another repair all, and then we'll cancel the alarm. So yeah, we're going to have a labor shortfall. This, oddly enough, the labor shortfall is exactly the sort of thing that the rebels need to be doing to sort of frustrate my plans on taking them out. The reason for that is if I... Ooh, I really want... Oh, that's right. I think we were going to pursue that anyway. The challenge that I face here is that I'm trying to resolve all of these. I'm trying to clear out their camps before the next attack comes. You can sort of see the devastation that they're capable of bringing to my... Oh boy, more ships, huh? I do want to get those things built, but... I'm a little short on minerals, so I'm not gonna build new ships right away. I'm gonna get the existing repairs done. Okay, they're full-on employees, so as soon as we get the repairs done, we're good. So yeah, I need to get my employee numbers up again for sure. This thing's currently short on power. Gotta upgrade the energy pylon. I should probably just get a bit more aggressive with the reach. I guess the most likely places for rebel camps are here and here now, I suppose. Although, of course, I can extend out to the furthest reach. Let's, here's what I'm going to do. So, it'd be nice to get some sort of intelligent expansion going on, so I'm going to at least check out these ruins, and we'll, we'll build another command center when we can. It's less, I have a little bit less of an argument for building anything around here, because obviously there's a lot of water, so it'd be a little more fruitful to be checking out what's going on this side of the map. This is why this command center is a bit of a higher priority. Mind you, everything's a priority now, so it's going to be a challenge. Oh dear, I've been sitting on a whole bunch of council. You know what? At this point, I think it's probably good for me to just claim more territory. So what do I own and what do I want? Okay. I own all of this, huh? Taking a look for resources that I'm already exploiting. Looks like it's a good time for me to get these energy depots upgraded. Hopefully that'll deal with the hole in the world. Alright, this one looks like it's ready to go. Is it, though? Yep. So basically everything that's been surveyed, I'll claim it and salvage it. That should help me with my influence. Looks like C is the hotkey for that, so. So this is really just me clearing out all the influence that I've been sitting on. I guess it's S for sub. No, Z. Okay, so this road's a high priority because of my logistical needs. Looks like for some reason we don't have employees working the energy plant. I gotta fix that. We do apparently have more room for civilians, so let's bring some more bodies in. We're not going to be able to get more employees until this conversion center is rebuilt. Again, this is a little more focused on repairs. You know what? I bet I put the full health one into... Yep, I'm a dummy. I will admit, I'm not 100% sure whether or not that little flaming area indicates that it's still damaged. I'll be able to move the vehicle to a little bit more of a Zenthane-friendly area. One thing that I really did not consider about combat over the over your own territory is the fact that so like generally if you're trying to clear pollution, you're also going to be clearing out Zenthane. There's ways of kind of clearing out, or is there ways of clearing out one? No, I think it's really just how you build things. But one thing that I maybe didn't appreciate at the time, and I think is really neat, is how you're actually faced with these difficult choices in terms of how how the fight's going to work, basically. You're sort of presented with these challenges of trying to there we go, we can clear out the camp here. Yeah, you're presented with kind of this challenge of, you know, wanting the enemy to kind of come to you in a favorable position, but of course if they're flying over your city, which you've tried to make let's say a little bit more friendly to your industry, then you face this problem of, you know, how do I keep everybody, like, how do I keep the ships flying when they don't have any fuel in the air? It's a nice little dilemma. So I'd love to put mine here. One thing I have learned, and maybe this will be apparent, yeah, the road networks really aren't doing a whole lot over here. The worry I have are my apartments in this area. I'm trying to come up with a good way to build a road without completely crushing my my population. So here I'm just laying the groundwork for the mine. I do actually need another source of minerals, so this is pretty desirable. The one drawback is that whatever road I draw is still not going to be all that good for my people's ability to breathe. But that's life. Not enough influence. Well, we can fix that. How many artifacts do we have? 97? Yeah, I think we can afford. Okay, so what I did there was the red artifacts are what I use to generate pops. But I currently have 93 of them, so it's the likelihood of me needing to build 93 new workers is pretty remote. And I mean, I've got ways of generating even more artifacts when it comes down to it. So that's maybe not that's not like my first worry, let's say. So what I am going to be doing over the next little while is trying to get the influence with the council up. So here I was willing to spend 5 artifacts to get 100 influence. What I did there was I brought in more citizen. Oh, that's right. I forgot to do the thing that I said I was going to do. But it looks like we've got a whole lot of idle workers right now, which is sort of good, although it makes me wonder why this stuff isn't being built yet. I've been sort of building out these roadways. But yeah, so I got the influence basically to be able to replenish my my population. And then I just wasted all my influence on another road project. We're not actually really ready for this particular road. Eventually I'm going to need to clear out or get the isotope node. I suppose what I can do is grab these mineral resources on the way. But the higher priority mine is up here right now. In fact, I can already build some parts of it. So again, I'm trying to keep it away from my pops. I'm of course going to need to power this as well. So let's figure out our power needs. So I've got an energy oh yeah, actually this is fine. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I took pretty sure if I put one here, we have like I'm like 99% sure this is right. I might be putting my head into my hands later, but build another mine over here. I do actually need to build a defensive turret. This probably makes the most sense. And then eventually we're going to need to put some storage. Okay, are you done repairing? Not even remotely. Okay, so again, I got to get my ships up and repaired for sure. It looks like everybody's ready to go as far as the repair of their buildings. Now might be a time for me to consider spending some of those minerals on making another active ship, just in anticipation of the next attack. But ideally, I would have a more robust strategy for dealing with the rebels. So let's... I forgot influence is really scarce for me right now. I should stop impulsively picking that up. Ah, okay, so this residential is not connected yet. Right. Oh, that's right, we rebuilt it, that's why. Okay, so I think, yeah, it's a tough call. I really do feel like I should be messing with the workers and telling them to prioritize garbage, even though I know I'm going to have to mess around with the streaming settings. I'll see if I can get a few other things done in the interim. So here I'm upgrading my batteries just so that I can have a few more reserves. Currently we're sitting at 7K, which is usually enough for us to keep our turrets going. But it would be nice, I mean, ideally I would have a grid which is completely... like, even if I have all my turrets enabled, they're able to get the job done. Whether or not that's a realistic ambition, I'm not sure, but it's worth striving for. Should also probably put down another council monument if I can get some better power. So like right now we're generating 165 power. If I do the call to arms, which is going to mess with my staffing needs. Interesting. So if we do the call to arms, we can turn on all of our turrets, and we don't have any We don't have any brownouts. But it's probably because some of my residential is currently piled into garbage. Okay, we'll see how well that survives future tests. In the meantime... Okay, tell you what. I'm going to fix a couple things on the stream here. So I'll show you the bug. So if you are interested in streaming this game, and I highly recommend that you do if you're a streamer, because I think this game is really wonderful. And I think... I don't know, I get the impression that when I want to go and find it, I don't actually find that many people streaming it. So hopefully some of you will find... you know, if you're looking for a new audience, hopefully that game will achieve that for you. But there is one drawback that you want to keep in mind. This is a known bug. It will be solved eventually. But you can prioritize your... you can sort of prioritize your workers. And what I'd like to do right now is move the cleanup to like the top of the list. And you've noticed you can't see the game anymore except in the top left-hand corner. And basically what's happening here is that the focus for the window is being redirected. Oh, interesting. So if I tab out, though, it gets solved. Okay, cool. Well, tell you what, I'm going to mess around with my priorities a little bit then. This is going to suck for you, but let's put repaired. Yes, okay. I just prioritized cleanup, and that should actually get everything. That should get everything fixed. So if I tab out, oh, bless their hearts. That makes life so much easier. So that cleanup should hopefully get us up and running with the conversion centers. What else can we do to try and make life easier for us? So we're already working on the energy plants. What I probably should be doing now is dropping a whole bunch of command centers to clear out the remaining sort of dark areas of the map. So let's... These are all potential places for future command centers. And eventually I want to build a mine here, but I don't exactly... Like, I'm not dying for isotopes at the moment, so that's not a high priority. Do we own this? Yes, yes we do. So, mine number 2 for connection. Make this one a priority. Got the defense turret already being built. We'll upgrade the pylon because we can. And this would not be a bad spot for me to consider building a new command center. Maybe right here. And we're already clearing that out. I did put ruins as a lower priority, so it's probably going to take us a while to actually get this done. Again, the thing we're really racing against here is another rebel attack. So what can I really see on the map? Well, you know what? This is still worth it. So let's clear you out, and then we're going to need another pylon for these guys, so... What I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to prioritize, so I'm going to turn ruins into more of a priority job, and the idea is that if it's going to be a ruins that's sort of on the border, one of these things that'll potentially give me new information, I'm going to prioritize it. And if it's something that is more of a, like a nice to have, or I want to look at those resources, then that's going to be something that I sort of save for later. So these ones, for instance... Well, I guess that would also be a spot for a command center. Let's take a quick look at what our overlays look like. And power, just shy of what we need for power, unfortunately. Okay, well that's life. While we let all of that happen, I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can be doing construction-wise to help things along. I really could get another command center down, actually. Okay, so I'm building one here. Yeah, actually it does make sense for me to put a command center down here. So, and then of course we need the power. Now we're eventually going to put a mine here, so if I'm careful, we can kind of have it both ways. Cleanup's not happening like I thought it would. My answer to this, of course, is going to be to get more, just get more employees, but we're going to have to clear out our existing job queues. So, I think we're going to have to deal with the reality that there's going to be another rebel attack before too long. While my... Oh! I don't have the influence to claim that yet. So what I'll do is I'm going to take some time and build up another another warship. So the double large, double medium has been working pretty well for me. Ah yes, this gets a little complicated though. So that will close on. Yeah, so I got to put them in the middle if I'm going to put them anywhere. Let's start with the obvious. Let's get our engines down. I tend to follow the game's recommendation and put some redundancies in, so double engines. Now as far as lasers, so, I mean this opens some possibilities. So it's not symmetrical, but it prevents this little bit of nastiness happening. I'm trying to decide how I want to close this off though. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. If I do that, then I wind up blocking off the whole thing over there. So I'm going to do something that looks kind of ugly, but it's still going to work is the important thing. Yeah, that definitely doesn't. The thing is, if I just stick it in the middle, it doesn't get in the way as much. I can just pack a battery in on these. Okay, so now we got to think about how we're going to power all of this, but I haven't actually quite... Oh god, actually this is going to be a nightmare to... Okay. So I gotta pause, and we do have another enemy attack coming, so I would like to at least make an... Well, in a minute we're not going to have this thing ready to go, but... okay, let me think a little more sensibly about this. So we've got a total of 4 jobs that we're going to need for the lasers. Actually, no, this isn't the right way to look at it. So we're going to need 3, 6, 10 power. So I think we need, is it the large and then the medium? Probably. We actually probably don't need that much. We might be able to get by with 2 mediums. Okay, so that's 2 jobs there, 6 jobs, and then the fuel fabricator I don't believe has any requirements, so we can just stick that over there. Okay, so if I've got 2 medium generators, that's going to require 4 fuel. A large fabricator generates 5, so we have a surplus there. Our power needs are sorted. Now we can put the lasers down. And again, in a way that hopefully doesn't block everybody else. So now we're going to stick some relays down. Well, that's obviously not going to work. I've taken leave of my senses. Okay. Wow, I didn't do myself any favors with this setup. Okay, that's fine. I'm using a lot of resources to build it, but it still does the trick. I'm not 100% sure if that thing's actually going to generate power. We'll see. But that'll cover... Oh no, life support. We still have a surplus though, so we needed 10 power. We'll need life support for at least 2. Oh, it's getting cramped. Okay, 1 there. 2. So we've got 4 jobs, 6 jobs. Yes, all of this is fine. Although I don't have a place for the med bay yet, so let's get another relay down so that we can save lives. Again, it doesn't look pretty, but it'll do the trick. Okay, so now I want to stick as many batteries as I can in the energy sections. But I also want to make sure I don't entomb anything. So actually this battery is a non-starter. This is much more sensible. Okay, we'll get crew pods in. And then the last step is to get the fuel. I mean, I could put some more batteries down, but I don't have to cover like every inch of the battery. I don't have to cover every inch of the ship in batteries. I just kind of want to make sure that I have enough to, you know, to cover emergent needs. But we do have a lot of space on this ship, so. See, I didn't even put them beside the fuel. Okay, so that one's ready to go. Or not ready to go, but like as soon as they finish building it. Let's see if we can do the same magic over here. Oh, I like this layout a little bit more. So let me just double check. So we need 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, I'm short on energy on that other ship. What can I sacrifice? Medbay? 2, 10, 14. Oh, I'm 2 down. Okay. So I gotta put a large generator in. Oh, that's inconvenient. Okay, we're gonna do a quick redesign here. Large generator will do the trick for the first problem. Oof. Yeah, that's a big boy. All right. I don't feel good about it, but there it is. Okay. Again, that's not a pretty solution, but it works. I suppose I could stick some fuel tanks in there if I really wanted, but I don't see what purpose that would serve. So what I'm going to do is an alternative. I'll just put a nice row of smalls. So again, this is probably going to take us a while to construct. It's not ideal. I mean, it takes people a long way to get to repair all of this stuff, but at least it's not going to run out of energy. And honestly, at this point, I guess building the other ship doesn't really do anything because the rebel attack comes in 4 seconds. But it is fun to build ships, so let's get we'll get the basics down for the next one. Now, here's an interesting question. If I just go all out in terms of energy, I want to see what I can get away with if I just make like a mega ship. So say 2 large generators. That's going to need a total of 6 fuels, so that's probably a large and a small fabricator. I don't feel good about that. I could also put 3 small ones down. You know what? Oddly enough, this design probably accommodates 3 small fuel fabricators then. Well, funny thing is, this is probably enough. Oh no, because I entombed the small one. Also, the fact that I have 6 doesn't... Yeah, I still need to generate more. Okay, you know what? I am still going to stick a large. It doesn't hurt to have a little redundancy. So one of the things I'm going to try with the surplus energy is to take advantage of these shields. But as before, I'm going to do my usual combo of large and medium lasers, ideally without cutting off any pathways. I kind of like this because it feels like you can make, like, this type of ship really feels like you can make more compartments, which I kind of like. Okay, we gotta get the mediums in still, so maybe I shouldn't be spending those resources where until I know what I'm doing with them. I think I gotta stick them in the corner. Okay, that looks weird, but I actually think that's gonna work. I'm probably going to need more life support, but let's get an energy grid down first. The large relay does actually really help me by being able to combine the two. Yep. Of course, if that thing gets knocked out, the whole ship's out, but that's kind of a risk on all of my ships, which I just haven't properly acknowledged. And we're out of minerals, so I think we'll let time pass, get some resources back, and hopefully we don't suffer too many losses. You know what? I probably could have done the call to arms a little bit earlier. We found the bad guys. I was asleep at the switch. Alright, so as long as we survive this, we got something for the troops to do. But that's a big if, because we haven't built our turret. So I think the trick's going to be we burrow, get them to a favorable position if things are as bad as they look. Still haven't rebuilt. Hey, just popping in to wish you good luck before your break ends. Have a good break. I don't know where you're working, but I hope it's tolerable. And thank you very much for thinking of me. I don't know about you, but I don't think about Twitch streamers on my break. So I really appreciate you taking the time to stop by. Try and intercept these guys. Okay, these guys are heading straight to a defensive turret, so that I feel a little bit better about. Okay, I can live with that. We'll get the repair started right away. Let's get people to intercept. So our turret coverage isn't so good over here. Ooh, that's a lot of ships. I'm gonna guess that the defensive turret will take care of these guys. So let's get the Forgotten Hornet. Okay. They're going after the air purifier. These people are monsters. That's not so good. Okay. I'm actually gonna... This is gonna seem like a very insane strategy. But what I'm gonna do here... I'm gonna run out the clock on the health on a couple of these things. And then we're gonna burrow. Okay, I think this is about as far as we can get before we start losing things, so... Everybody burrows, and then everybody gets in close to the turrets. So the reason we're burrowing is that it's going to force them to be moving. Oh, damn it! Looks like they got it. Got a little too bold. So I don't know why this guy hasn't burrowed yet, but unfortunately our plan to try and... Oh wow, okay. So this plan didn't work at all. The plan was to try and take advantage of burrowing to force them to move towards our defensive positions. And we seem to have succeeded in losing some command centers. So this is actually going to take quite a bit of effort to repair, unfortunately. Oh, good lord. Okay. You know, this is probably something that changed in a patch that I just neglected. I'm going to send this guy up here. This is actually a fairly important command center for me, so... And then, unfortunately, the Penance is hitting something that doesn't have... doesn't have protection. Looks like they want to go finish the job on everything over here. Now, this is not the worst thing in the world because it's buying my guys some time. That's a lot of command centers that are getting roughed up. But as you can see, they're starting to go into the turrets now, which is exactly where I want them. This is a pretty strong ship. What's the deal here? Oh, we put a small laser on this thing. Oh, that's right. Okay. That's why my designs are so weird here. Our guys are getting kind of clobbered. Fortunately, the conversion center's getting built now. Okay, looks like... Oh my god, we did lose a fuel turbine, so we're actually draining fuel. This fuel problem is actually... This fuel problem is going to get major real quick. So, let's find... Oh, and I'm out of minerals. Ooh, this is gonna be... This is gonna be tough. There's still a fresh ship over there too. They're just wrecking my my defense infrastructure. I did not realize how fragile my my whole setup here was. I really thought that I had enough on the fuel turbines. Anyways, we will rebuild. Unfortunately, I do need to get some minerals down. The one saving grace of the current situation is that we are not currently. Okay, I need you in. I think I need you in this fight. None of our roadways have been affected by this so far. So all the infrastructure is still in place for getting the minerals where they need to go. I'm gonna get some repairs in. Oh, spoke too soon. Looks like we lost a road. What's the deal with your... So yeah, suffice to say, there's going to be some messing around with energy that needs to happen. Okay, I think we got to shut off an energy plant. Okay, let's get you repairing. Is this thing even ready for not really? Yeah. I'm gonna stay the course, but I'm gonna feel bad about it. Can we afford a another burrow yet? Close. So I'm going to try, I think what I'm going to try and do here is choose a weapon target. I'm actually going to target their I don't even see their weapons. Let's take out their life support. Just keep hitting those fuel tanks. Is there any way I can send it back to auto-targeting? Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep the party going. I was kind of hoping that the fuel tanks would like go up in spectacular fashion. Maybe what we can do is we can get the small guys focusing on those fuel tanks. Oop, looks like they got the generators back online. I'm trying to deny the enemy their the resources to actually do damage to us. We did a fairly good job of taking out the medium lasers for a little while. Let's there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take a bit more of a I'm gonna be a bit more of a micromanager when it comes time to do the next battle. Now we got to think about how. Okay, so first of all, Call to Arms has got to get... got to cancel that. I have no idea how we are going to get everything back online in our current state. It looks like we've got a whole lot of minerals that are just sitting in storage and not being properly handled, so... Sorry about that. That's going to get fixed in a second. There we go. Okay, so this, of course, is the real tragedy of the whole situation, is that we now know where the enemy is, and unfortunately, we are just so strapped as far as resources are concerned. And the big thing here is I really don't want to give up. We're really hurting on just about every resource. Okay, I think we can afford to shut down at least a couple of plants. Yeah, let's not worry about the surplus energy right now. Let's get those tanks recharged. But my guys really need to be going on their minerals. So here it's really just a race against time for the next rebel attack. Hopefully the construction of the conversion center will help speed that along. And really we're just waiting to get those minerals back. So let's get you upgraded. So I can afford to have a battery drain still. I at least want the fuel up and running. Excellent. Okay, so we're now in a position to rebuild. So this fuel turbine's actually going to take quite a bit to get back, but that's fine. Again, we'll focus on what we can do, and then. Basically every repair job gets priority. Oh, that's right. Okay, my transport hub needs fuel too, so... Alright, well I did say that I was going to be working on building new fuel turbines, and hopefully in places where it was a little more safe for them to exist. So, and we're actually getting... Yeah, I was ignoring my... I was ignoring some of my... am I really that short on minerals again? Yeah. Okay, well, there's still some things I can do about that. Oh no, there used to be things I could do about that, and then I lost my access to all my minerals. Oh, this will still work. Okay. Well, it looks like I gotta wait for the minerals before I can build that fuel turbine. So we'll speed things up. There we go. Again, I want to get some redundancies in my my energy production. We're sitting on how much? Oh, this is a mine. Okay. So 60 and 170. Yeah, so like we're sitting on a large amount of minerals. We have what we need. It's just a question of getting it up and running. I'm a little curious about what decides when that thing starts repairing again. Obviously, it's a fairly high priority for me to get these things back and up and running as soon as possible. I figure all the minerals humanly possible at the moment. That defense turret definitely is now a priority. This road's also a priority because it's ultimately going to be what finances my it's going to be what finances a lot of this reconstruction. Not finance, but it's going to provide the resources for it. Okay, I mean, it's all kind of starting to come together, but again, I just need more bodies to get this all done. There should be no idle workers. I don't know what they think they're doing. Maybe it's because I've given them dedicated work. Okay, fuel is back up, so... I'm a little mad that I didn't properly prioritize that command center. Let's make sure that they're all priorities. Oh, this is gonna get ugly. I think I just squandered a lot of time. Oh, hello. Yes, you may upgrade. I did not realize that my residential was in such a state of disrepair. I guess that was from the previous attack. Okay, so what's the deal here? Oh, that's right. I think I leapfrogged with the pylon. Hopefully that'll buy me a little time. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much for my people to do, and I don't think they're gonna do it in proper time. What does this thing need? 16, so I gotta hold off. So one, I'm definitely holding off on building anything new. I think I'm just gonna wait until I hear the Heavenly Words construction complete. And I'm going to keep an eye on my fuel and energy needs. This is encouraging to see this conversion center go up. I'm not going to build any more conversion centers until I have a little more... Is it Atlesian Knights? Thank you very much for the follow. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I'm assuming you must have hosted because of Industries of Titan. If you did, may I commend you for your excellent taste in games. Okay, so minerals-wise, we're starting to climb up, but again, I'm not going to build any more until... Excellent! How are you finding the game? And did you actually start playing at the very start, or did you pick up the game after a few patches? because I'm coming back to it after some time away. But I've been thoroughly enjoying it, although I definitely didn't do myself any favors in between the last couple of rounds. I need to get a little bit of reconstruction in, and hopefully the rebels don't rough me up too much in between these efforts. Oh, let's get you upgraded again. Oh god, I didn't make these priorities. I mean, the reconstruction should probably be the highest priority anyway, but... Come to think of it, how much spare fuel do we have? Oh yeah, that makes sense. I actually didn't build a whole lot of fuel silos because I thought I was building too much... Okay, this is the stupidest thing I could possibly do, which is to put all my... all my fuel storage in one spot, but... And then, of course, the next stupidest thing I could do is put it beside things like shipyards, but where else am I going to stick these things at this point? Actually, here works. Cyber Powder King. Yeah. I mean, oddly enough, the fuel turbine's gone up. This fuel silo's been able to survive so far. So, I don't know. Maybe it just reflects the highly effective defense that we've been able to deliver. You know what? At this point, I know my workers are probably not going to be properly doing this, but it would probably be good to get some roads down at some point. Okay, we'll upgrade the command center because we know at some point we are actually going to use this thing. I really need you guys to start clearing out the waste. Yeah, the big question is how I'm going to get these roads connected to each other. I'd really like to avoid putting a highway beside all these residential areas, but I think it's going to force my hand before too long. Again, I've got other use for my resources right now, so I'm going to avoid the temptation. But you don't own the game, you just very much enjoy my commentary, so I wanted... Oh, thank you very much! Yeah, this is... So, I guess probably the best comparison that I could make would be to games like... Dwarf Fortress and Factorio, along with sort of the city builder side. So I sort of thought of this as maybe more of a mini version of a city builder, and it seems to be that they're going in a different direction with this. It does seem to be that the focus is a little bit more on the simulation aspects, because that's how they've been sort of building out the... It's sort of how they've been building out the game over the last few patches. But I've been having a lot of fun with it. Obviously, again, I was given a copy of the the key for promotional purposes, so I suppose it makes sense that I would say stuff like that. But I always like to say, past the initial, coverage, the commitment isn't forever. Like, at some point you got to move on, and the fact that I kind of have kept coming back to this game, and really the only reason why I don't play this one sometimes is because I'm too busy playing the other Brace Yourself game. Phantom Brigade is probably as much of a statement as to how much I enjoy it as the next, or as anything else I could say. Although I have been struggling a little bit with my workforce kind of doing what I want them to do. I sort of thought that I would clear a lot of this out with the move resources. I've already kind of prioritized cleanup. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. There's going to be dedicated people to every job. Now, you know what? Oh, now I gotta know which building just finished. I actually think I have a staff that's capable of... you know what? No, we'll still have one dedicated for each of these. There's a little bit of waste in that, so we have a total of 25, 35, 60, 66. Yeah, okay. Okay, so fuel turbine. Things are starting to look good as far as the power is concerned. So if let's turn everything back on. Oh, of course, it's fuel draining. Okay, never mind. I've already got surveys and extractions going, so I feel like that shouldn't be a problem. I suppose one thing that I can do, it's a little bit of a waste of minerals, but I'll make sure that I still have over 100. We can start. Why not? Oh, I know why. Yeah. Never mind. I wish I could unclaim that, but it's because I don't have the coverage from the command center. Okay, so the waste slowly getting worked down on these guys. 52, this is still going to take a while. So I'm starting to put down the roads just so that I can be able to... perfect. Okay, so let's... Now we only have one more rebel camp to worry about. I have no idea where it is. It could be anywhere. And this next attack is gonna suck. How much do we? 28? I don't think we can afford that. I suppose the most likely candidate is somewhere in this area, which means that this command center's got to get... Oh my god, did I not prioritize that? Okay. We need these ships repaired as soon as possible, though, because if those things aren't ready to go, I am in deep trouble. In fact, at this point, I think even with the existing repairs, it's looking pretty grim. What's going on here? Claimed it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep my claims to myself for now. We're really hurting on the... Oh, this one's ready to go. Okay, repairs are finally happening, so we're slowly getting to where we need to be. What are we calling this one? The Wistful Prometheus. Man, that's a good name for a ship. You haven't played any Factorio-like games yet, even though you love the concept of them. This one in particular looks and sounds so gorgeous. You're definitely adding it to my wish list. Actually, so if I agree, this game is a feast for the eyes. I will say, if you are interested in the art style for this game, holy crap, I need to do the call to arms. If you are interested in the art style of this game, I highly recommend following Sir Kama on Twitter. Sir Kama, I believe, actually got the job of the sort of the I guess it would be art director is the title. Whatever the official title is, he does some wonderful work with the sort of the voxel art, and is very good at sharing sort of his latest creations. Looks like it says I'm ready to launch, but I would need to make sure that I'm not actually in the mid. Okay, we're doing the repairs no matter what. Oh, there's so many! Why? The repairs haven't even started. Oh no! Crush them! Okay, the giant anthe is short on... Okay, so they're coming into my turret, that's fine. I gotta be really careful about where I pick my fights. Okay, it says you're ready to go. Are you actually ready to go? 100%? Let her rock. We are not ready. Oh god, we are not ready. The ones I'm most worried about are the ones that are going to be attacking my command modules. Everything else I feel like I can sort of weather. Okay, this thing can't go bad. Okay, how bad is it? We've got one large laser ready to go. Oh, not you. Okay, good news. I'm really worried about how this turret's supposed to survive. Ooh, they're going for my, yeah, this road infrastructure. I can't afford to lose that. Okay. We're holding, but we need to do better than hold. I'm gonna move the Wistful Prometheus. Oh, they're going after the power. They're going after the air purifier again. Okay. I think out of caution, let's burrow. Okay, how can I get you to ruin their day power-wise? CAMA. Tell you what, let me deal with the impending death. And I'll send you the link. Okay, so I defended the turret. Let's get some good attack patterns now. Okay, these guys are not ready to fight at all. Where are they currently fighting? Oh Jesus! All the lasers are down. Oh, but we can start converting pops again. Okay, looks like we haven't lost anything yet, though. That's slightly encouraging. It's 4 ships. Yeah, so there's currently 4 ships flying around right now. Sorry, 2 ships flying around right now. Now we're about to lose one of my better ships. So, oh, game crashed. This got so intense in no time at all. And again, the music is so good. You see myself picking up the soundtrack when it releases. I don't remember if that's a pre-order thing. There'll definitely be actually, there's some tracks of the soundtrack on right now. So I think if you do a YouTube search or possibly I think on Apple Music, there's a couple of the packs. You know what? Let me just take a look at what I did promise I was going to give you Sir Kama's Twitter account too. So just a moment. And then let's see what the, by the way, this game is in early access. So it completely, it's understandable that crashes will sometimes happen. When you have a lot of large ships, the game also starts to drag a bit. So, where are we? Industries of Titan. So what does it say here? Early access game. Early access games are still under development, may change significantly over time. As a result, you may experience unforeseen issues or completely new gameplay elements while playing the game. Yep. Oh, here it is. Industries of Titan under construction soundtrack. Official Industries of Titan work in progress soundtrack from composer Danny Baranowski, featuring DRM-free tracks updated throughout development for a mere $10.99. I don't know if it's on. That particular product is on Apple Music yet, but and then oh, come on. Oh, sorry, it's Sir Karma, not Kama. Anyways, Antoine. He is art director on Industries of Titan at Brace Yourself Games, currently based in Vancouver. But he does some very nice art. And I believe it is actually specifically the sharing of that art that got him this gig. So, all right, scientists have said that the mass dumping of waste means the water levels are rising, and in a few years the poisonous water will spill through the streets. The council dismisses this as hearsay. All right, what are we up against? We've got 4 ships in the area. Okay, so let's take a minute to reflect on our. Okay, so the giant Anthe needs to go. Angry Rhea doesn't have any lasers online, so they're out as well. Okay, I'm actually gonna try to be a little clever with this one. Wild Prometheus, I'm astonished that they don't have functioning lasers right now. So I'm hoping to bait this guy into the turret. Yes! Okay, we just won this. I think we've actually got them in a crossfire of 2 of our ships. Okay, and this thing is ready to launch, so. So I'm going to take the Wild Prometheus, move them over to repair. What are we calling this one? The Forgotten Hornet. It is time for your baptism of fire. Thank heavens. Okay, repair everything, cancel the alarm, and pray to God that we're able to make the most of the next few turns. Also, I do encourage you. So don't just follow that account. If you feel like it, I do actually encourage you to tell the artist that you really like their stuff. This is something that I've kind of had to learn a little bit for myself. And actually, there's a blog that I think some of you may really like. By Tanya Short of Kitfox Games fame. And there's some more really good music coming up here. Especially for stuff that I really like playing. It's really easy for me to imagine... ooh, engine required. But you have an engine. Okay, well, you know what? If we're ripping parts out, we'll get rid of the fuel fabricator too. The Ashen Python's been with us since the start, so I figure it's due for a small refresh. But yeah, one of the things that I've learned is kind of how very human the people who make stuff I like are, and that seems like it seems quaint to a certain extent to say something like that, right? But Tanya actually put out a really good blog kind of about envy. And this is one of the funny things, like, I would think of all people, right? Someone who would not need to deal with that or sort of have the experience of navigating those waters to a point where they can sort of give advice in the form of a blog would be, someone like Tanya Short, who sort of is the captain of Kitfox Games. They've made Mood Hunters. They're currently making Boyfriend Dungeon. Boyfriend Dungeon seems like it's the kind of game that will be very successful when it's released. But one nice thing is every once in a while I do get to hear from a developer inside of a game, and oddly enough, these are human beings just like everyone else, and they like hearing when they've done a good job as much as anyone. And so it's one of these things where, I mean, like, to within reason, like I don't want to be someone who's like irritating online, constantly, badgering them over every last thing. But one of the funny things is that I always just kind of assume it's like, oh well, this person probably hears these compliments all the time. It's like, maybe they do, but don't let that stop you from letting someone know you like their stuff, because if when everybody assumes that somebody else is doing the complimenting, it's possible that we wind up in a situation where people who are really good at what they do don't actually hear it as often. And so that's my little thing, which is, don't badger people, but if you like something, let someone know. Unless they wind up to be like a total jerk online. In that case, you got better things to do than subject yourself to that. But most people I'd like to think most people turn out to be pretty decent. Okay, so we got to find the last rebel camp, and ideally before they come to blow us up. I've got again, I got all my workers kind of going overtime for really what I got to do right now is I got to think about where I want to put my next conversion facilities. I don't think it would hurt to develop this area. I think I also said I was going to put a command center down here. I can't believe this fuel turbine is still under construction. Yeah, you know what? Just gonna build a whole stack of conversion centers. Throw more bodies at the problem. Okay, so the repairs are underway. This guy's going to be ready to go before too long. Same story. This is going to need more construction. And then we got to rebuild. By the way, for those of you who are interested in this game, and if I haven't been explaining something properly, please do let me, please ask and let me know, and I'll do my best to answer. I read the thing once: awful people don't ponder when they are awful to someone, so you shouldn't hold on telling someone they did a good job. Absolutely. And Night Valian says, something, evil prevails, good men do nothing. Also true. I think, you know, I do also think to a certain, I can really only speak to my own experience or that, but I do think to a certain extent, there is a small sense of vulnerability that comes up when you do compliment someone for something that they do. You know, you're saying that you like it, and you're kind of hoping that they, you know, they respond graciously. You know, it's not. I think everybody's kind of little. I guess this is kind of what people are talking about, where it's like, don't meet your heroes. Like, it turns out that, you know, oh, maybe this person winds up being really nasty or something like that. So, and I can sympathize for sure, but I do my best not to let that type of thinking get in the way of telling people the stuff that they did. I thought was good and meant something to me. Although, to be fair, I do think I could probably still say it more often. You know, I figure niceness is often in short supply. It doesn't hurt to keep adding it. Okay, so this thing says it's ready to go, but very obviously, we still have some problems here. So we'll start by adding employees. What's going on with you? Okay, so for some reason people aren't actually repairing all of this stuff that's damaged. So anything that's smoking, I'm gonna get rid of. I hope I remember all of this. Okay, we can do some more conversions. Can connect you. This turbine's taking forever to get built. It really just seems to be the fact that there's just so much waste lying around. Now, I was under the impression we kind of addressed that with It says there's 28 idle, but we don't have enough for jobs. Well, are you actually ready to go now? I mean, kind of, but not really. So again, anything burning, no energy. Oh, because, right. So yeah, at this point, I'm just kind of in the herding cats mode of just trying to get. You know what? This one I'm actually going to prioritize, because really I just need to get one. I need to get one shipyard open, and then the rest of the magic can happen. I'm a little dismayed that this energy pylon's taken so long to. To get improved. This one too, for that matter, just simply because, like, so the most likely place for rebel bases are going to be the ones with the most fog of war. So this is one of the reasons why I'm prioritizing all of these conversion centers. It's so that I can have more. No. Just so that I can get the number of workers up to clear out all the garbage. Okay, looks like this guy's finally ready to go. I'm gonna have to monitor the other shipyards pretty closely because they're missing components. So if there were, for instance, if there were a rebel attack to come up right now, we would almost certainly not survive it. Okay, so that's still building stuff. I do feel a little uncomfortable with how this is kind of blocking. Okay, let's see if I can remember how all this works. So this was a medium. This was a medium laser. So a small relay. This was a battery. I think that was the medical. Oh, and crew pod. So why do you say you don't have energy? Oh, because the generator, of course. You're a large fuel fabricator. Storage fuel tanks. Oh lord, I don't even remember what this was. I guess that probably was medbay. God, I hope I've got this right. I'm gonna prioritize all of this, just because that's gonna mean another ship that I can launch pretty early. I don't know if it makes any sense for me to try and build additional ships at this point, or just utilize what I already have. That's a lot of stuff on fire. Okay, I'm just gonna do the regular repair first, and then we'll see where the ship is sitting. Hopefully I don't have to replace all the pieces, but I'm not feeling optimistic. Hang on. Do we even have employees? Nope, they're all dead. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. So it's something I've started realizing recently watching and interacting with Twitch streamers. Being able to speak with the creators that you love and look up to and am inspired by really takes away that mental barricade of your brain telling you that the person is more than just another person who you happen to very much appreciate it. You do not mean for that message to be so long. Oh man, I always write messages that long. Like there's a couple of people who I'm in somewhat regular email correspondence with, and I feel like I need to apologize every time I email them because I write really, really long messages, and I know that they have got a lot going on in their life, and they probably could do without my wordiness. What you say about Never Meet Your Heroes is incredibly true. You'd met a creator you was super enthralled by and came out feeling disappointed over anything. Yeah, and it's a tough one too. Like, it does, I think, people do need to be responsible for their own behavior. So even people who are very talented, it doesn't necessarily mean that they get a license to behave any way that they want. I think that, we should know that much by now. But to a certain extent too, nobody sets out to be disappointed or to disappoint anyone. But in some cases too, the fact of the matter is that there's this expectation of who who this person is, kind of what Actually, I think Neil Stevenson wrote about this, and sort of this idea that his specialty is writing books, and any time that he spends not writing books, generally is him doing things that he is not as good at, and people tend to get disappointed. So people who like Neil Stevenson books, because that book means a whole lot to them, kind of have this assumption that oh yeah, he's obviously going to be into the things that I'm not. And inevitably, they kind of wind up disappointed. And I can really see that being true, because obviously the ability to tell a good story doesn't necessarily mean that you kind of care about the same things that they do. So I'm going to give a streaming example, which is not necessarily true in my own case. It's maybe happened once or twice, but I'm definitely not I'm not trying to say something to anyone in particular here, but one thing that is sometimes quite common with streamers, maybe larger streamers than myself, because maybe this is the one thing that I personally kind of hate, is when it's a micro streamer like me, busy telling everyone what's what on Twitch. I've always kind of found that a little off-putting, which is not to say that people who are smaller broadcasters don't have value in terms of the conversation. It's just the perspective, and I mean, this is true for anything. I mean, the same would go for game development, right? I really like Sid Meier's autobiography or memoir, or whatever the appropriate title for it is. But the fact of the matter is that if someone's going to be reading that for advice, there is always that thought that, well, what worked for Sid Meier at essentially kind of the dawn of gaming as we know it, maybe that might be overstating it a little bit. that might be very different from what is practical or even desirable now. And so, it doesn't mean that Sid Meier shouldn't be giving advice. In fact, I'd say probably he's somebody who has very relevant things to say about gaming today because he's still making games and they still seem to be very successful ones. But again, like the scope of the work is going to have. Oh my God, we've already got another attack coming. Just as we get everything rebuilt. Okay, so these are now going to become priorities. I don't think we're going to have a navy in place for this fight, though. I guess the best I could say is, for myself, I sort of have an expectation for myself that this stuff is not working. But I think I can live with a couple of damaged batteries. Let's get an employee on here and launch this thing. But yeah, anyway, so that's just me taking a lot of time to say, I don't want to pretend that, I speak for all streamers with the stuff that I'm saying, is basically what I'm kind of stumbling to try and say here. But the one thing that I have gotten the impression from maybe the larger streamers that I know has usually been that there is a tendency for people to sort of say, what in heaven's name is going on here? I really need you to be... I feel comfortable enough launching this ship because I think if we get this thing into Zenthane, we'll be fine. Oh, Jesus. Call to arms. But yeah, so the one thing that has seemed to come up every once in a while when I talk with some bigger streamers is there's a tendency for people to sort of say, people like watching their stuff, and so they get an idea of like what the quote unquote perfect game for them is, and it's purely well-meaning. Like it's definitely not. It's not a case of somebody being, very annoying or somebody, being, being, misguided is probably the worst term that I could use for it. But yeah, one of the things that happens is that you get this impression of what types of game this person likes because you like watching their content. But of course, the ability to entertain someone doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily the same as, oh God, there's so many. So I'm going to let the turret handle this guy. Or you know what, we'll send the Ashen Python to give it a run for its money. Fortunately, they do seem to be heading towards my my turrets. All right. So again, let's go after the power generators if we can. Oh, this will be a beauty. Small lasers boring straight into their generators. Okay, that thing's done. So I'm going to let them come to us, and then we'll see what Phase 2 looks like. Oh, that was a beauty. So this thing just got ripped apart by the turret before it even got started. That's great. But yeah, so obviously somebody's ability to entertain might be orthogonal to their kind of taste in games, for lack of a better term. And so again, it creates a particular disappointment in some cases. And it's not through any malice, or it's not through, you know, somebody doing anything inappropriate. Oh God, that energy depot, I ignored it, and this is going to be so bad. That's a big source of energy for me. Okay. I'm going to unpause just so I can get a better idea of the state of play. If I can somehow bait these guys into a closer engagement with my... Okay, we got a couple of medium lasers, but I bet... Okay, so if we rotate it here, we can target their weapon systems. We can't target them all. But I can least damage their... Yeah, so we got a couple of hits to their weapon system. Well, if I'm going to do that, I should probably commit and... yeah. That's wasting a slot. Yeah, so they're sorry. What I'm trying to say here, though, is that somebody can really like their stuff, and it's great. Like people are genuinely grateful when people enjoy their stuff. I know I do. And the problem is that sometimes the ability to entertain is not necessarily equal to liking the same types of games, because of course we're all different people. But it can create this disappointment sometimes where it feels like people's recommendations are being ignored, where in fact it's essentially the creators, essentially what they're doing is they're allowing their judgment and their taste, which has kind of gotten them to the position where they're in already. They're sort of letting that determine where they're where they're going to put their effort in terms of making their next video. Because, I mean, there's actually a couple of people I know who are known for streaming a particular game, and I know for a fact that they don't like that game anymore, but they're sort of committed to a particular type of broadcast now. Okay, so I bought myself a little bit of time. I think that energy depot is not long for this world. We'll do what we can to try and repair it, but... that thing should be down soon. The Angry Rhea will hopefully clear out the escape. Okay, let's focus on the generators. And then some weaponry. Oh, we walked by the penance, didn't we? No, we want the escape. So why aren't you engaging? Okay, Ashen Python's got to get out of the fight, but looks like we might have a new... Alright, actually this rotation system's working for me here. I don't even care where the shots go, just finish them. Nice. Okay, where do we need the reinforcements? So, hold on, pause. Okay, so this ship's going to get taken out by this turret. This ship's going to get taken out by the Forgotten Hornet. The density of enemy ships are in this area, which actually don't have that much... Okay, it's pretty clear what the course of action has to be. So Angry Rhea's got to go in... Actually, I'm going to move the Angry Rhea onto this road because I think the Penance is going to be the one that's not really covered. Wistful Prometheus, we're going to move him into the area too. with the Ashen Python repairing. And all the while, my people had better be working on getting this energy pylon. I would rate longer. You know what? It's true, Night Valiant. I've actually lost a couple of messages to people specifically because of the character limit on Twitch. I, for one, would love some recommendations. Feedback is one of the best things a viewer can give. I agree completely. So, like, I really love it when people tell me games they're interested in on the condition that they understand that it's not a contract for me necessarily doing that game. What it is helpful for me, though, where it becomes helpful for me, though, is giving me an idea of what things people are interested in watching. And that seems like... It seems like a minor thing, but I've actually had so many games that I've wound up loving. And honestly, a lot of the time just comes down to the offer of somebody saying, hey, we're doing... we've got our new game coming out. It's I don't know, rhythm-based city builder with roguelike elements. And, there's one way of looking at that where I can be like, okay, they're doing, I'm so wacky and random, look at me kind of a game. So I'm like, maybe I'm not interested in that. But then if somebody turns around and says, hey, I'd really like you to do Dwarf Fortress, and I don't know if you've played it, but Crypt of the Necrodancer is pretty good. And then I get an email like that in my inbox. All of a sudden I'm like, oh, you know what? I seem to remember somebody saying, something about a city builder and a rhythm game and, a roguelike. And maybe I should give this thing a shot after all. And you never know where the next good idea is going to come from, right? So I really do like that kind of feedback. The only time there was one case that I had, and I don't know if this person watches the channel anymore, but I think it's generic enough. I mean, it's generic enough that I think there's going to be a bunch of people who are like really worried it's them. And if you are worried, just ask me. I don't mind saying if I don't mind being honest about this stuff. So if you're worried it's you, first of all, if you're worried it's you, it's probably not you. But I had a case where somebody was convinced that I would really like this particular type of game, and I knew this is a genre I really don't care for. It's no disrespect to people who like that kind of game. It's not for me, and I know it's not for me. But they were really insistent. In fact, so insistent they bought me the game outright. And I was really clear with them before accepting the key. I said, like, you gotta know, like, I have a lot of stuff on my plate. I'm probably not going to be able to get around to streaming this thing. But if you like want to give it as a gift, I don't like wasting gifts. I will give it a try when I can get around to it. But like I cannot make you a promise that I'll stream this thing, because I really I'm really careful about the stuff that I broadcast, because generally I don't like clowning on a game when it doesn't work for me. I know it's like, you can do very well doing videos like that, and there's definitely a place for criticism, for sure. But I really, it's not my style. I really don't like being nasty to games. I mean, sometimes I mean, everybody's got that little urge inside them. So maybe I'm not perfect in that regard, but oh dear, what's going on here? but yeah, as it turns out, like I tried this thing, and it was, I mean, it was exactly what I thought it would be. You know, it's a game that I'm sure appeals to its player base, and no disrespect to that player base. You know, it's a very successful kind of a game. But the game really wasn't for me. And I kind of got the impression they were very disappointed with me for not liking their favorite kind of game. But what it did do was I actually did wind up trying another game that was sort of in that style of genre. And that is one that I'm going to be doing on stream. So you'll do all the games so as soon as I clear my backlog after 2 or 3 years. Game Pass added like 300 hours worth of games just yesterday. Yeah, actually, the biggest one for you, Night Valian, is I need to compare what's available on Game Pass to what I think you'd like. So, by far, if you've not played it, Frostpunk is a very strong recommendation, and that's not just because I think that is an excellent game. I specifically think that is an excellent game in the type of game that I think you enjoy and you do well. That's probably my biggest. But I mean, the thing is, you already know about Frostpunk, so that's kind of cheating. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know if you've played Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, but I think that would be another one that you'd do quite well. By the way, guys, actually, sorry, I know I've been spending so much time talking, but Night Valian's a really wonderful Brazilian streamer. What's really nice about it is that, you know, he streams at hours that don't always work for me. We're just so blocked here. I actually don't know how to clear this. I've already got like so many people dedicated to clean up, and we just seem to be generating more and more waste. Maybe what I'll do is I'll also prioritize the roads on the way. I'm also going to do a quick manual save. But what's been really nice about streaming, about watching Night Valian is I feel like I've kind of gotten to know him a bit better watching his stream. He's like the nicest person, and I always find out neat little details as we go by. I'll actually say that Night Valian's been doing the game Haven, which wasn't really on my radar, but he's been really selling me on it. So. Actually, here's something I can get from you guys, too. Those of you who have Game Pass, what are some of your favorite games on Game Pass? Because we can... I'm coming from a point of ignorance, and I think it'd be wonderful if we can give Night Valian some good recommendations. But I don't want to spend the stream looking up for things. Atlassian Knight says, something you've learned from recommending music to people all the time is not to get too disappointed when they don't like it. Instead, be happy that you were able to, 1, open this person to some new music, and 2, get the musician's name out there a little more. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I generally like most of the stuff that I play, for sure. There is definitely a difference between something that I think I can stream well versus something that I enjoy playing. I play a lot more first-person shooters than I do on stream. And I will be doing more first-person shooters in the future if you guys are interested in those, just so you know. But I mean, I'm sometimes worried that I've kind of lost my magic being able to do this. I cannot believe that we are actually out of mineral, or that we're out of space for minerals. Okay, good. But yeah, no, I think what you've said is a really important point. Is the, you know, some of the enjoyment is just being able to share something you like with people. And you know, it's not always going to fit. It's not always going to line up perfectly. But I don't know. I guess maybe for me, it's because the priority has never been to sort of bend someone to my will, and you know, make them see the genius of this thing that I really like. maybe that's why I'm a bit more sanguine about not having recommendations come up. But I'm quite like Night Valiant in that regard, which is, for me, I do genuinely like it when people recommend games, just on the condition that there is the understanding. Like, the biggest thing for me is I never really want to disappoint people, and I sometimes get worried that if people give a recommendation and it's not taken, that they'll take it personally, that I only want recommendations from certain people, and that's definitely not the case. But as we all know, I mean, we all have backlogs for games. But one of the most helpful things for me is that whenever I've been given an offer for a key, being able to know what people are interested in has been like immensely helpful in terms of being able to find out like whether or not this is an offer I should accept, or I should put some effort towards. You know what? I am going to start prioritizing these things. I suspect this is going to be miserable to try and get done. Are you actually ready to go? Yes. I have some Zenthane concerns, but... Dahub, when's the last time you've played? The most recent update has been Quality of Life Part 2, so from the last time that I played this game, there's ship combat. I don't know if you that was definitely not in the very original version of the game. But I know ship combat isn't the newest of the updates. What are some of the other things? They've added logistics. They've added a bit more micromanagement in terms of your employees. The combat layer on the headquarters hasn't been implemented yet. Just trying to think of the other big ones. Energy works a little bit differently, so it's a little bit more like Tetris. So as long as you're adjacent on the grid, you'll get what you'll get the construction that you need. Storage. I mean, I've been able to kind of get a handle on storage for the most part. I am noticing, however, it's taking a lot of effort. Oh, God's sake. I was wondering why this command center wasn't being built, and it's because I didn't put any priority on it. Yeah, the biggest problem I'm running into is it seems like I've got some bottlenecks as far as people actually clearing out the waste. I definitely have enough place for this waste here, but it seems like my workers are just not really committed to beautifying our utopia. Frostpunk is one. If you like open world silly games, Sunset Overdrive. Oh, I saw the advertising for Sunset Overdrive, but it never really caught my attention, and yet I've only ever heard good things about it. Yeah, I definitely need to play Doom Eternal. I played the original one. The fact that there's any kind of update part 2 instead of just an all update part 1 tells you that yes, it's been updated. Yeah. Well, it's tough, right? Because like if you did Quality of Life and then Quality of Life part 2. Again, I like quality of life updates. Like, I don't always feel that every game needs to have, we've added a whole new FPS mode to Industries of Titan because we can. Those kinds of updates are fun, but I don't feel that they always need to be that to be a good update. Sometimes ones that just like add a bunch of very helpful hotkeys are enough for me. But yeah, so if you didn't get to experience Quality of Life, then you have both Quality of Life and Quality of Life Part 2. You'll also notice that citizens are starting to die, so that's another thing that I need to deal with. Okay. I've kind of given up on this command center ever actually getting properly built. I'm going to attack the darkness from this command center. Oh, they're the ones who did some of the new Spider-Mans, right? They're a Sony studio, I think. Or now they're a Sony studio. But I guess Sunset Overdrive's on PC now, right? Got it the first few weeks of release. To be honest, anything will be worthwhile. Yeah, no, definitely. Okay. Yeah, so the game still has issues. The game is quite different from when it started. So I would say so in terms of streaming, I kind of went from the initial release to, I think, just before Quality of Life. And it was, the changes were very substantial. So like the ship combat's a little bit like playing FTL, which I like. Building the ships is a little bit like building your city in Industries of Titan. So if you have not played this recently, I strongly recommend that you pick it up. I think there's going to be a lot in here that you enjoy. I mean, again, I can't speak to your tastes, but I've been. I mean, number one, with all of these new kind of early access releases for Brace Yourself, and again, with everybody keeping in mind, I was given a promotional key for the game, so you know, I'm singing their praises because I like them and they're a Canadian developer. But let's get we'll get the disclosure out of the way too. You know, I've been impressed by how polished these early access games have been, which is not to say, you know, I had this computer has a fairly decent amount of RAM, because I also use it for like my econometric work and stuff like that. But so the memory leaks weren't as big of a problem. If I played it for a really, really long time, you know, I would be affected by it as much as anyone. But I was maybe a little bit luckier. Actually, here's a funny story. There was someone who got kind of offended that I said, you know, because I had a lot of RAM in my computer, because they took that as impugning their rig. Suffice to say, I am not, you know, I'm not commenting on anybody's computer. It's just that computers are not always made just for gaming, and so the amount of RAM that you need for certain tasks are. See, it says I have workers, but it doesn't seem like I do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start shutting off weapons. No, you know what? I don't need to shut off weapons. I just need to... Let's spike employees and add them again. That will hopefully clear out my power problems. God, these are like... These guys are like construction workers, just standing around staring at... All right, well, we'll see if that can get fixed. But yeah, so definitely lots of improvements on the the stability of the game, although there is still some work to be done in that regard. Just overall, like, I've been impressed by how polished they were to begin with. But if you played the original Industries of Titan, I feel like you're going to find there's quite a bit to sink your teeth into. Yeah, that was my experience with it as well. One game you recommend to people is Oxenfree. Oh, did you, at Lycian Nights, did you play... I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name each time I say it. I say it differently each time, too. I'm an idiot. Did you get a chance to see me play After Party? Because that's also by Night School, and that was a really enjoyable game. If you have not tried that one... Now, here's the trick. I have not played Oxenfree yet, so that's going to be one that I got to put on the... That's the one that I got to put on my list for sure. But yeah, Oxenfree is definitely one on my list. Yeah, I got After Party for a song because I think Epic had done like a $10 off deal, and then it went on sale. So I think I must have got the game for like $5 or something like that. We've got another rebel attack before we've got built a single new command center. That is so frustrating. Okay, we're not going to be able to fix it for this time around, but I'm going to start building defensive turrets at each of these little hubs. And let's get that call to arms. Okay, so this is ready to go. I want all the ships that I can get. Why are you like this? Oh my god. I gotta pause. I really need this ship to be... like, to be in the fight. Okay, so I'm just gonna start turning this stuff on, like, one by one. You, go work there. I think it's hopeless. Okay, so I think my second best is going to be to just destroy the crew pods and rebuild them. this building house is a union job. Yeah, so for those of you who are fond of Oxenfree, I thought After Party was very good. I had a great time with it. Now, keep in mind, I haven't played Oxenfree, so I'm probably getting a little bit of that experience of playing that style of game for the first time and being really impressed by it. It could be that After Party is not as good as Oxenfree, and that what I'm really liking is just kind of playing my first night... Or, sorry, it's Night School, not Night Studio. Anyways, playing my first Night School game. That could be sort of what's driving my my enjoyment, but one way or the other, it's worthy. So again, we'll see. I want to see where the bad guys wind up. We'll let the turrets do as much work as we can let them. Looks like they've self-selected into some of my existing defenses. We're gonna get crashed. Oh, thank you. All right, so we're definitely experiencing a lot more crashes than we have before, but I think this is just because of the number of ships that I'm fielding. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do Industries of Titan tonight, so that I can clear out the save and say, you know, say that we achieved victory, and then. Then I can either go back to Phantom Brigade with a clean conscience, or we can... I might have missed that the last time that appeared, but let's wait for the report to go through. Oh. Trade never sleeps. Titan citizens barely do either, thanks to the incessant roar of low-atmosphere ship combat. All right. So again, I think we're just going to sit and wait and see what happens. don't run away. I don't believe that there's no enemy in range. Okay, it says it's ready to go. Is it actually? Of course it's not ready to go. There's no crew on it. At least the relays are down. I'm kind of hoping they're not making too much of a hash of it outside because I'm too busy building a ship. Alright. Looks like this guy's actually taking some serious damage. All of our lasers are offline. We lost 3 buildings. Holy crap, what's going on here? Wow, I really shouldn't have left that. I don't even know what we lost. Okay. Do some repairs. Actually, sorry, there's a better approach that I can take. Repair all, and let's just burrow. Good lord, they're everywhere. Damn it! Okay, let's try at least come up with a good pattern for ruining their weapons. Let's get the small guys on the power. Yeah, my boys are going to be able to figure the rest of that out. Okay, let's see if the Ashen Python can punch above its weight. Yeah, we got a medium generator in there, so I think we can disrupt a bunch of their energy that way. I got a bunch of small lasers, which is going to be a pain. Okay, we need more conversions. Are you actually ready to launch yet? You haven't even started your repairs. We lost the mine. Okay, actually, this is fine because honestly, we're waiting on so much of this stack to get built. As nice as it would be to have these minerals, I think I can live with a little. I can live with a little bit of inconvenience on that front. I think the Ashen Python's done the Lord's work. Well, now I can still shoot. These guys are definitely getting banged up. I wonder why. Yeah, I mean, we're demolishing their infrastructure, but okay, let's hit them in the life support. Okay, stop bullying the Ashen Python. Oh no, another crash. Nasty Nero, wasn't expecting to hear anything about this game for a while. They've been updating it at a pretty decent clip. I'm so I don't want to give the wrong impression about how buggy this game is. There are definitely still bugs. I'm playing from what was the original save file was on an old patch. There hasn't been a patch since I loaded that. So the old file was out of date. I loaded it and then I saved. That patch hasn't changed. But it is known that if you have a lot of ships, that will cause things to slow down. And you'll notice, like, in the middle of the fights, I'm doing stuff like, you know, training a whole bunch of new employees and, like, sending ships into repairs. Like, I'm kind of giving this thing a bit of a torture test. So it's, you know, I'm not going to sit down and, you know, shake my fist at the heavens because the game's, you know, the game's not doing what I think it should. Yeah, I think I'm going to get the Ashen Python out of the fight. These guys... Okay. One set of large lasers there, here. This is offline. I am a little mad that Wistful Prometheus isn't doing more, though. What? No! Oh my god, that's so bad! Oh no. That's a ship I actually really needed in the fight. They're really pounding on my headquarters. Anyways, we've won this fight. It's just we've definitely been bloodied quite a bit. Okay, so let's get some more citizens in here, and then also let's claim some more territory. Oh god, I need that energy pylon back. God, I need everything. Okay. Wherever the Ashen Python goes, it needs to be not there. Yeah, this thing is not ready for prime time. Okay. So basically anything that's on fire is getting the boot. Okay, so they're still building parts of this. The Ashen Python should definitely be a priority in terms of repairs. This thing's just about to die. Wow, these things are already up to level 3, huh? let's not stand on ceremony. We'll get another conversion center down. Okay, so this pylon's a very high priority. Actually, I mean, basically everything that's construction right now is a high priority. So prioritized tasks are at the top. So many jobs. I will realign some of these priorities. I'm a little weirded out as to why there's 20. I am, however, gonna just blitz the clean. So basically, everything that's like a move something job is now gonna get a pretty healthy boost. I'm sure some of this will change over time, but... with any luck, that's going to give us a little bit more breathing room as far as our overall sort of construction and repair is concerned. And I can't get any more citizens in because our residential areas are beneath a pile of filth again, which hopefully we'll fix by getting our logistics in place. Actually, one thing I will do, I wonder if I can access it from here. No, I'll be sure before the end of the stream to do to show you what the development roadmap looks like, because there's a bunch of exciting stuff that's going to be happening for this game in the new year. Possibly before, but I do hope the Brace Yourself folks get a chance to have a proper Christmas. Alright, well that's a very welcome surprise. I did not think we were going to find a mineral node, so that gives me another excuse to expand my roads. So next question will be, I guess this was going to be where I'd put the... Ah, that is my favorite emote. Eyes of Sin did a really wonderful job with those emotes. I'll actually say, so the funny thing is that the other ones that people don't use as often, those were the ones that I asked for. So it kind of shows that she's got a very special talent for being able to sort of, identify what makes a good emote and, give the people what they want. So it's tough though, because for me, really, like, an important thing for me is if I'm asking someone to do something, I do have that feeling that, you don't hire an expert to tell them what to do. But I do know in creative things that if you just tell someone, oh, you're the creative one, just do whatever, that's not going to lead them to do their best work. So I need to somehow kind of thread that needle of giving them meaningful direction of what I would like to see, while also not being Like, I don't want to micromanage, because obviously if I knew what the hell I was talking about in that sense, I would... Why? Okay. Again, we'll just dismantle the stuff that's on fire. You know, if I knew what I was talking about, then I'd just do it myself. But I've since learned that, you know, trying to be, you know, the cool boss, that's actually really terrible in a lot of cases. That it really does help to have meaningful direction. And I mean, Sin was actually really good at kind of teaching me that without like hitting me over the head and calling me a hack. But with that in mind, like, she did a really good job with when she was kind of given free reign. I thought she did an excellent job with those particular emotes. So, oh, excellent. Okay, this thing's up and ready to go. So we will upgrade this guy again. We're at the point here where I want to just dump any resources I can into finding the last camp. If there's any hint that there's, you know, rebel activity in any of these shadowy areas. So this seems a lot more unknown than it really is. Remember that we have actually had kind of coverage in this area before, and we didn't see anything. So if it feels like I'm kind of ignoring this area here, it's just because we already know what it looks like. I'm freeing everybody up from the interesting. So something's stopping them from being able to get where they need to be, but okay. I'll just try and live with the world as it is. As a creative person, you feel this. Having some guidelines on project makes it a lot easier to hyper-focus on the meaning of the piece while still having some room to play. Without guidelines, you really just let the artist throw all their influences into the piece, which can turn out nice. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for, though you only create art for yourself, so who are you to... Well, I mean, I think also probably people's methods are different. You know... I felt a little weird, so I wrote an article on the question of, like, where do your ideas come from, and I felt a little weird writing it because I don't really get that question a lot from people. But it was an article I had wanted to write, you know, partly just to answer that question for myself. But I don't know, I kind of feel like there's some value in... You know, I guess just because people aren't asking me about it doesn't mean I don't have something to say about it that I think is, you know, is meaningful. So this relay seems to be working. Oh, but I can still afford a quick repair. So. But the biggest one for me was that, like, if I have to try and articulate what... I don't even remember what half of the stuff was. Okay, so we had lasers for sure. This was a relay. Got a pair of large lasers. I suppose it's a pair of smalls that we put in here. If they are, how did I fit them? Oh, well, we've got... But yeah, so whenever I've had to try and do something that you'd consider creative, I tend to find that, you know, either kicking against a boundary or sort of combining already known things help out. I know in that article I gave some like really bad examples of like creative work, but... But yeah, I don't know. Being able to kick against boundaries seems like a good one. I'm assuming it's just going to tell me it can't successfully submit. But the good news here is that I believe it's already... oh, thank you very much for the host, Uncle Cranky. I don't know who's coming with you. But get ready for Capitalism, the game. I hope you're doing well. Oh, come on. No, let's not get lazy. Let's rotate this thing. Okay, so let's pretend for a moment here that these were medium lasers after all. Would they make sense then? Kind of, but I still don't know how I justify blocking out that relay. Oh no, I know how I justify blocking out that relay because we can access it from the other side. Crumbs. Okay, I'm gonna rebuild. Wow. Okay, there's something happening in that ship then that's messing with it. But how you doing tonight? Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna get out of the ship construction menu for a bit and see if I can avoid provoking that crash. Because again, all that we really care about is getting those command centers down. And I do want to stress for you guys. So because of the number of crashes that I've had on this, I am stubbornly trying to get to the end of my of this particular playthrough. If you're trying to make a buying decision about this game, I'll tell you what, if you are just trying to decide whether or not you want to buy this game, let me know. I'll spin up a new save, or I'll load maybe one of the ones that I've been doing privately for myself, and I'll show you a little bit more of what the game is like. But here, I really want to see the end of this rebel camp. So. Okay, so we're not getting any sort of exclamation marks yelling at us. I am going to crank this number up. I'm actually going to do all 117 jobs here. And I'll see what... I'll just see what happens over time. Okay, it doesn't let me dedicate any more than 99. Fair enough. So I'm curious if that number changes over time. You know, I'd say, so I'm really interested in, but also very bad at, sort of these more simulation-focused games. I do very much like City Builders, but I will admit that this game is quite gentle in terms of the over. I've had this alarm going forever, and I feel bad. I actually really think that this game is very accessible. I really think that there was some... I think there's a pretty clear decision made in terms of making this the sort of thing that a sufficiently interested but not necessarily specialist gamer... I think they put some effort into making sure that this game could be played by a fairly broad number of people. And I really appreciate the effort that they put inside of that. Now, I realize that there's commonly some jokes about, what I think is straightforward relative to what human beings think is straightforward. So I appreciate that this might be a little insincere, or, it might, might provoke an appropriate eye roll or two. But I don't know. For my part, I feel like this game does a fairly good job of setting you up for a good time. Okay, I think I can get away with that. Oh, that's right. I needed another life support. Alright, that thing's probably going to be out of commission for a while. Too many numbers, not enough press button, bad man falls down. Oh, well, you'll see plenty of bad men and women falling down before too long. Did this number change at all? Alright, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to the part where the soundtrack goes doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. See? Probably Vangelis has a very large part to do with that, because he was a virtuoso on the Yamaha CS80, and the soundtrack for Blade Runner was so damn good, and basically ever since, it's Jordan Cronenweth's cinematography and Vangelis' soundtrack, and basically if you're able to capture those two things, everybody's going to tell you how innovative your art is. I don't know, though. I think it works. Obviously, I could make a bunch of Cyberpunk references to this game, but now that it's been released, and I know a lot of people are disappointed with it. Okay, actually, you know what? I feel safe enough saying about this right now. Because I did not have any strong priors going in, I actually enjoyed Cyberpunk 2077 a lot more than I thought I was going to. I will admit, I am not entirely sure why this became the most hyped thing ever. I definitely feel like there are other games that probably people would be reasonably a lot more excited about. I definitely think the people who really like ripping on Mass Effect Andromeda and are now being apologists for CD Projekt Red owe the Andromeda people a very big apology. And I was particularly dismayed that with the Mass Effect announcement at the Game Awards, which you guys very kindly let me know about yesterday, I finally went back and caught up with all of that. Oh yeah, I was so delighted to see Among Us get the recognition. For those of you who don't know, Victoria Tran, formerly of Kitfox. So for those of you that didn't know, I got to do a blog for Kitfox where I did some analysis of their sales data, and I came up with a measure of valuation for a wish list. So maybe for those of you that don't sort of follow the business of games quite a bit, particularly among independent developers, there's a very strong interest in wish lists. And there's a number of reasons for that, because I know a lot of you who have wishlisted a game know that Valve will give you an email when the game goes on sale. Also, it will in those cases, you'll get it's not just the email, but whenever there's a price decrease, it's information. Basically, it's a really good way of being able to get Valve to do the marketing for you. And so there's considerable interest in wish lists for sales purposes among developers. But the problem is that the dialogues now move to a point where sort of wish lists are kind of considered as a good sort of at all costs, is maybe the way I'd put it. Like it's kind of just become the wish list independent of all of the other things that's correlated with. And there's been some discussion about the idea of wish list quality. So what I tried to do was take the sales from Kitfox Games and develop what I thought were fairly straightforward measures of wishlist quality. But the one bit of feedback I've been getting a lot is that the calculation is quite complicated, which is not, I don't think it's being presented as a negative feature of that article. I just noticed that when people are describing the article, they refer to the complexity of the calculation. And my hope actually was that it's a calculation that any interested developer could do. So maybe what I'll do is like a video to sort of explain how I reached the measure that I did. Because I don't know, like I'd be thrilled if people gave me more of their data to do that work, but I know some people are understandably protective of their sales data. So I basically don't want my involvement to be the condition of people being able to use that measure. I would much prefer people to use that measure because it's informative and it will inform their peers about what to expect in terms of wishlist performance. Oh God, we've got another attack coming. Well, at least we got a couple of bases built, but it's gonna be another dramatic defense. Anyway, sorry, I was talking about Cyberpunk. So yeah, I don't know. I know I got talking about the wishlist thing, but oh yeah, no, sorry, I was talking about the Game Awards. So Victoria was the one who originally let me look at the data. I mean, I'm sure with Tanya's approval, but she was my original point of contact. She's now working for Innersloth, which is the company that's making Among Us. And I was delighted to see them walk away with two awards. I think that's very deserved. I don't have that many friends to play Among Us with, so obviously I feel that game discriminates against the lonely. But that minor point aside, I was really, really happy to see that game achieve some recognition. But yeah, I was of course yesterday playing Cyberpunk, and I was surprised how much I liked it because I was very skeptical about that game. Do I only have 2 ships up? Holy crap, we are gonna get demolished. What's going on with everyone? So we're just waiting under repairs? I think we canceled the repairs and we launched this baby. This thing's not even remotely close to being ready. Okay. Oh, good lord. Okay, yeah, we got nothing. Ah! None of my stuff is rebuilt! Okay. Crush their power and their weapons. Oh, crap. I can take out their power, I'm happy. At this point, I should probably just let it auto fire, but he's getting hit by on both sides, though. Oh, good lord! We're just getting wrecked. Try and get a little bit of repairing in. Ooh, not good. Oh God, not that. Get a burrow in for starters. That's mostly just to protect this energy pylon. Let's also get some repairs in. The defense turret's so close to going down. I don't think we're going to be able to save it, but let's try. We really need all of our turrets up and running for this to hold. We lost it. Ugh. I think this could be one that we just straight up lose. Because this whole area here has all of my energy, and we just lost the main point of defense. I think we'll pull it back. What command center did we just lose? I think I gotta try and take the low-hanging fruit first. Yeah, we just don't have enough ships on the field to deal with this. Conversion center down. Surely the Forgotten Hornet is allowed to attack this guy now. another crash. Okay. It's been super fun talking. Appreciate all your insights. Hope to catch you. Thank you very much at Legion Nights. I've got, I've definitely been very absorbed in the game, so you might already be gone, but have a good one. I certainly will not peace out. I'm going to declare eternal war against these monsters. I just got to think about how I'm going to be able to get the last. Oops. Well, we know that's not usually turned out. I just got to figure out how to get my command centers in. Once we're able to get that there, I feel like we'll be okay. I feel like we're losing a lot more than we originally were. Anyways, I am like 99% sure that my existing defensive structures will be able to handle this, so. Just trying to hit him in the power. Although again, my guy's getting pretty banged up. So maybe the better bet here is to... maybe the better bet is to use these guys as bait for the turrets. So let's see what happens if I run. Yeah, they turn their attention on the stuff I don't want to lose. What about this guy? It's going to be close, but I think the Forgotten Hornet might be able to take this thing home. Again, the intention's going to be to try and kite these guys towards my turrets. But this thing's got to be priority number one for rebuild. Hallelujah. Okay, so I'm playing a dangerous game here, but... okay, looks like their attention's on the... okay, yeah, they're coming to hit me, so... we're definitely doing some nice damage to it, but we can't afford to take any more hits on this ship, so I'm going to try and get the maximum distance. Okay, they got one less pot shot off. They are moving in closer, so what we're going to do is we're going to let them pick up whichever one of our ships they can they can grab. I think at this point I might want to consider building new... I might want to consider building new... Also... Okay, let's just make this... Oof. Alright, I might have just screwed myself with that. So again, we're just going to try and get these two to engage each other, and then we're going to move towards the... turret in hopes of provoking a certain response. Okay, so this thing's really got to be a priority now, because this thing's getting in the way of all of other repairs. All right, this guy's heading towards a turret, so we're in good shape there. What do these guys need? Oh my god! Priorities all over the map. Okay, sounds like the thing just died. Problem is, if I do that, then I entomb the resources. So what happens if I do a small? It's not what I need, sadly. So we'll start with a large relay. Prioritize that. And then I'll put the small laser down immediately following. Same story here. Oh, looks like there's already priorities. Alright, I can't explain why this thing isn't happening. Yeah, I feel like our fleet is just, like, vanished. I don't think we've ever actually lost any ships, but our capacity to actually, like, do anything with ships has been severely diminished. We are not going to survive another attack, so at this point we need to just put everything into exploring this part of the map. Okay, so here it's surveys all around. It's embarrassing that this thing is still not ready to go. Yeah, also got to find all the rubble. You are definitely a priority. You're started as a priority and you're still a priority. Also priority. Lord Almighty. Technically a priority, but not as high. I also got to think about the grid, so... Okay, so we're gonna speed. Oh, there it is. Okay, as long as we can get this stuff built, we just won. But like, we need people on this immediately. So I'm gonna do a quick save here just to. So we need a pylon down here so that I can get energy to the command center. I need the command center as close as possible to this base. But assuming that we do that, we win. I'm actually going to say ruins is now the top priority. I know you guys can't see the game. I'll have that fixed in just a second. There you go. And I'm going to hit the speed up button. So I've put the priorities down for... ruins are now like a top priority inside of here. Apparently it's all still burrowing? I'm assuming that's a bug. But I don't see any way that we can fix that, sadly. Please, just scan the damn ruins. What's the deal here? Cannot launch with resources on the floor. Well, that's fine. I can live with that, provided we... Oh, yeah. I can't entomb those. Well, you know what? Technically I can. Ah! The rebels know we're about to take them out. Empire Strikes Back, only instead of the battle on Hoth. Oh yeah, no, here they're sending the ion cannon to take out my save. So in fact, I'm not even going to prioritize this anymore. I have my two priorities here. This is an absolute mystery to me. Just shut it off. Get out of my ship. Mother of God. All right. Life support, huh? All right, life support I can do. What I don't get is where the hell did I put my crew Wait a minute. Where are my other crew pods? What's going on here? So it says this thing's not getting power. How could that be, though? Oh, because somebody's not working this generator. So this guy starts working the generator. Somehow this thing still isn't getting power. Now it is. Okay, then we're waiting on Krug. Okay, so this thing's gonna be ready to fly in a few minutes. Right, we're waiting on you to clean everything up. So I think it's very likely that this is not going to be ready. Oh boy. So we somehow need to convince people to actually use this generator. Please just do the work. I'll build more conversion centers if I have to. Just presumably if I can build conversion centers, I can... Oh, here's what I can do. We can cancel the priorities on all these others. I'll put it at the bottom of the priority list because defensive turrets are actually pretty helpful. Alright, where are the other priorities? So you're out, or at least at the bottom. Still number 11, huh? You know, I can kind of lose this part of the map if I really have to. It's just a little crazy that we're actually... It's a little crazy we have this many idle employees with so much to do. I wish there was just kind of a way of hitting like a reset employees thing, because I feel like we've got a big bottleneck somewhere. What I think I'll do is let's spike any of the mineral jobs. Hopefully that'll sort of reset their priorities a bit. It's just making everybody idle. I mean, I can set them for cleanup duty. Again, apologies for the... Let's see if that fixes anything. Nah, I just got a bunch of people standing around. So I suppose one thing I could try doing... Oh, here we go. Okay, so extract, prioritize. Salvage, prioritize. Just working with what I got here. And I'm going to do the same trick as last time. I'm basically just going to flip the priorities so that we can put the others on the bottom. Need your quick opinion to... so Castillo, the difficulty I have with this one is I need to be pretty upfront on disclosure. So I was given a key from this for this game by Brace Yourself Games for promotional purposes. On top of that, I do have an affiliate link for the Epic Store where this game is currently... Currently the Epic Store is the only place where you can buy it. So there is something of a... if you use the affiliate link, there's a financial interest in my case. Although, of course, there's nothing that obligates you. And then, of course, I was given I didn't have to pay for this game. I was given a copy to tell people about it. On the other hand, I haven't been told to drive people towards buying the game. So I am a very big fan of this. I think again, I do the disclosure just because, you should probably know that before you hear what I have to say. I sort of misunderstood what this game was in the original in the original release. I thought it was supposed to be sort of a stripped down version of a city builder, something that was like really compact, almost kind of like Into the Breach, sort of like XCOM and Into the Breach. But I sort of misunderstood what the point of the game was. This game it's a city builder. And it's a sim, so if you're thinking of sort of the RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, Prison Architect, these kinds of games, or even Surviving Mars to a certain extent, where it's not just that you're building a city, but you kind of have this whole simulation in the background. So little things like, this is my Zenthine. So there's pollution, and, I've built some fans which look curiously like 3080s. But, when it rains, the pollution goes down. Like, there's a whole bunch of systems that are being simulated, and the roadmap is talking quite a bit about sort of the population simulations and whatnot. So, I liked it in both iterations. I liked it when I thought that this thing was more of a, was more a little bit focused on building interesting cities and having that kind of fun. But now that I know it's a little bit more about a proper like sim and sort of some complex systems and whatnot. The game's had quite a bit as far as updates are concerned. So I suppose the one worry that you will always have about these games are that because it's early access, I think there's two worries, which is number one, I don't know how long you've been watching, but I've had quite a few crashes because if you have a lot of ships and the bigger your city grows, the more demands on the system. Obviously, they're not going to optimize early on inside of the game. So depending on your tolerance for crashes, you may get frustrated with some of the things that happen inside the game. I've definitely got this point where I know where the final rebel base is. I am desperately trying to get... trying to direct people's attention towards the final goal. But as you can see, I've got 97 idle employees. Nobody is currently extracting this ruin, and it's driving me bananas. But I mean, that's part of early access, right? The other concern about early access is that you fall in love with the game as it is in early access, and then something changes. So a great example of this is another Vancouver developer, Red Hook Studios, when it came to The Darkest Dungeon, which was really popular, and then they introduced Corpses, the Corpse and the Hound update. And like, this is to a point where they were like getting death threats. Like, people felt really strongly about that change. And even like even in terms of gaming press, you'd have sort of, you know, oh, this really promising game and it's been ruined by this change that they introduced. So that is a real concern. You know, when you play an early access game, one of the great appeals is that you are able to communicate with the developer and you're able to take help shape what the game becomes. But you know, there is a certain risk in that. You know, another example would be Sunless Sea, where I think the combat in that game was originally turn-based and it just wasn't working. And so they ultimately went for a more simplified sort of, you know, real-time combat. And like nobody says the combat is the, you know, the headline feature of Sunless Sea. But, you know, it is what it is. And I think people really like Sunless Sea, but there are still people to this day who consider that combat change was, you know, was the wrong way to go. And it does mean that they don't enjoy the game anymore. So with those caveats in mind, I am actually really enjoying the experience. And Brace Yourself has put out 2 games in early access, Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. Now, Phantom Brigade is a lot more like a turn-based tactics game like XCOM or Frozen Synapse or Into the Breach. So that's maybe a little bit more in line with the type of game that I'll normally play on my own time. But I do really enjoy city simulators as city builders. And I will say, out of all of the different kinds of sims, like the ones that are all about sort of setting up production facilities and supply chains and whatnot, this is the one that I've also found the most accessible. And I mean, it's got a really beautiful art style. Sorry about all the pulses. This is a bug. I told everybody to burrow, and unfortunately they are burrowing forever. Yeah, I mean, if you want my opinion, now that you kind of know all of the conditionals that I've put inside of that, I like this game a lot, and I think this is a game which I feel probably won't have the... So if people who like love Factorio are probably going to think that this game doesn't have enough depth yet, but I would also say that you just need to look at the roadmap to sort of see how they're going to be building this out. For someone like me who, you know, hasn't really been fully committed to these types of games... this is probably the first game of this type that I've really put some quality time into, and I've really felt that that's been time well spent. So I give this game a very enthusiastic recommendation, but of course with the usual caveats that it's early access, and so usually when you get something in early access, it's because you want to enjoy the process of seeing the game built while you're making it. And it means, of course, that you're going to be signing yourself up for some bugs while all that happens. You haven't played this type of game in a long time? So yeah, I mean, if with that in mind, if this is a type of game that you would enjoy and you're looking for something to kind of get back into the saddle with, I would actually say that this is probably, as I said, it's probably one of the most accessible of this type of game that I've played. And so I would say that this would be what I would recommend out of all of them. But I mean, everybody's a bit different. So if there's something you'd specifically like to see, let me know. I'll do my best to show it off. But at the moment, I'm really just trying to get this thing built. I'm also trying to find whatever. So you've got something in priority number 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have no idea where they are. Oh. Well, we found number 2. I bet it's... That's 17, so that doesn't count. So they're moving up in the world. We've got 2 more. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I'll also be honest with you too. I think this is the best name for a video game ever. It's clever. Like, it seems that Brace Yourself Games, I don't know if this is like Ryan Clark who's coming up with all of the titles, because he seems to be rather good at that. He's got the Clark Tank, which is his Twitch and his YouTube series. The Brace Yourselves probably most famous title is Crypt of the Necrodancer, which is itself a fairly clever title. Even the Switch game Cadence of Hyrule is a fun little play on words. But Industries of Titan, I think the thing that really makes this title work for me is that, like, you can imagine what kind of a game it is from hearing that title. So it's not just that it's a clever play on Titans of Industry, but like you know from that title that it's a city builder, and it's you're building. Oh my God, what are you doing? This is priority 6. Stop! Oh, my workers. Ugh. I'm glad I ripped out their guts and made them work forever. It's so hard to find good help these days. But yeah, like you know it's a capitalistic city builder, industry oriented. It's so it's a small thing, right? Like clearly a clever title is not gonna separate me from my money, but it helps. I wonder if I don't suppose you stream at all, because no, you have TV internet. So I hope you don't mind me asking. Do you stream at all, or do you broadcast on like YouTube or anything like that? I ask because there's a small bug which will potentially affect your recordings. You actually have streamed a couple times. Okay, so the only thing I'll say is if you play around with the turn order, notice how the game sort of just vanished. This used to be something that you'd have to switch to the full screen mode for, but it turns out if you just change the focus of the window, you can get the game back. Just finishing your setup to be able to stream more often. Cool. I hope when you come back to streaming, if you do pick up this game, that you consider streaming Industries of Titan, because I know I would like to see more people broadcast this game. But I should probably let you know if you are considering streaming, do just keep in mind that there's that small little bug with the turn order. But I will maybe give you an idea as far as how the priorities of the development team have gone. This was a known bug at the start, and they have improved it enough that I don't have to go in and manually adjust the stream anymore. It's now to a point where as long as the focus of the window shifts off, it automatically corrects. So they are pretty responsive in terms of what's going on with the game, which is something I personally appreciate quite a bit. But it looks like I don't have a list of priority jobs, sadly. So you know what? I'm just going to cancel all the priorities that are not dedicated to building the last thing that'll take out the rebels. Oh, I bet I know what the priorities are. I bet you it's those ships. Priority also just doesn't really seem to mean anything anymore, so I don't feel too bad getting these throwing these away. I am just worried that I'm worried the rebels are going to come back, though. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh no, I'm sure some people will disagree with the nice assessment, but it's very kind of you to say so. I mean, my view is it's obviously not a multiplayer game, but one of the reasons why I think people stream is they like to be able to share things that they enjoy. I think there is a lot of value in being able to build communities around games. If you haven't checked it out, Brace Yourself does have a Discord, and it's a pretty friendly place, and it's all of their games in one. So if you're a fan of something like Crypt of the Necrodancer or any of their other games, you can go there. If you check out the Clark Tank, they've got a forum for that too. And I think one of the things that you can do, you know, my experience has been, I really don't know what to do about this. Like, it just kind of feels like this is going on forever, and there's nothing I can really do to fix that. These guys are waiting for crew, even though they've got people standing around. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's really nice about certain games, this has definitely been my experience. Yeah, there's just so many people standing. So at this point, I think the question is just if... okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spike the... So I'm just going to set dedicated to 0, like across the board. Maybe not that. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's clear it out. Let's see what happens. Sorry, I know you guys can't see the game. I'll get that fixed real quick. So there's 52 idle right now, so I think 1 idle. Okay, so I've taken everybody off of dedicated tasks. And let's see if that frees up some of the... So the first thing I'm interested in is, do I have people standing around doing nothing? Yeah, you can just see there's all of a sudden a lot more activity all over the board right now, so this is looking good. Holy crap, yeah, okay, that's already done. Okay, hopefully we didn't waste too much time on that. So these guys are still waiting for crew. These guys are still stuck in an endless hell realm of starting and stopping work. So who is it? It's Ron. So Ron is a member of the crew. So I'm just going to let these guys purely clear out of the ship. And then we'll add people back. Again, the whole point is to try and get these guys in the repair bay as soon as possible. You really hope they make this a multiplayer game? I don't believe that is on the plan. I don't think that's in the plans quite yet. But you never know, right? I think I'm going to do the same thing as last time. I'm just going to purely clear out the clear out the queue, and oh, looks like we can get some more bodies. And how's the construction going? I think what I'm going to do here, because this is all construction oriented, I'm going to change the work priority. So now that ruins have been taken care of, we're going to do construct is now the top priority. And then clean up. I'm probably going to need at least one level of upgrade on the command center, and I definitely am going to need a lot of points on the energy pylon. Okay, so now we're going to throw a bunch of people onto the ship. Okay, crew are still arriving for here. Not everybody's aboard yet. I'm a little worried about that, but... and the crew's on the way for these guys as well. Okay, so I'm cautiously optimistic now. Although I have no idea where priority 1 is. It's weird to see these guys doing these jobs with this sitting idle, but... the good news is that this is probably going to wind up giving me some extra workers to throw out my problems. So how do I support when you purchase the game? Just with the creator code? Yeah, so actually I think this one might be for Phantom Brigade because I'm very careless. Yeah, so your best bet, if you do want to buy... first of all, thank you very much for using the creator code if you decide to do so. So when you go to checkout, just below it kind of gives you like a summary of the purchase, and just before checkout there's a little box which says enter the creator code, and if you type System Chalk, that'll kind of credit me with the sale, and I'll get a portion of it. So thank you very much for that. I hope you enjoy the game as much as I do. He says as he cries to the heavens with another crash. So yeah, I'll and again, just for context, I would not... well, I mean, your experience is going to be your own, but in my own case here, I have a somewhat big city. I've got a bunch of ships, and I did load an old save on this one, so this is probably the most aggressive way of playing Industries of Titan. I think I would recommend that you sit down, you play a session, and your expectation should probably be that you have that evening session. Because one of the nice things is that they do patches fairly regularly. But of course, when they do a patch, you potentially invalidate your save and introduce other bugs, and I think that's what I've wound up doing inside here. Just as a quick pause to maybe give you guys an idea in terms of what's happened in the game and where it's going. So this is the most recent update. So optimized power system, interior view, quick access, rebuild destroyed buildings. All of this is about making the game a little bit earlier. What have they added since the game was originally released? Customizable ships, ship-to-ship combat, multiple combat devices. They've actually... the tutorial's a little weird now because now you have advisors. They added weather, so the snow wasn't in there originally. Zenthane is now... actually, that was the first change that they did that really screwed my cities, because if you build all of your fuel extraction in one spot, you completely erase the resources. If you wanted, there's an event log that sort of tells you what's going on. The jukebox, everybody talks about the games, the sound of the game, so if you want, you can pick your individual songs. What's going to be coming up, apparently... oh no, updated 2020, so coming soon. I suspect this will be probably in 2021. So they're going to actually be adding all of the population simulations in the background. So I suspect that what's going to be happening here is that there's going to be a penalty for having habitation pods inside the factories beside like all the fuel. I suspect building apartments is going to be a little bit more meaningful. I don't know if they're going to add different types of jobs or if they're just talking about distance and availability here. Right now, I've kind of ignored jobs because I'm at the maximum number of credits. And in terms of future updates, factory production gameplay, so these are things like supply chains, the conveyor belts and whatnot. Localization, now I'm lucky, I'm an English speaker, so it's already working well for me. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with the tech tree. Wind, fire, and temperature, so I'm assuming that, you know, of course I want fires to break out in my cramped factories. Like, I don't have enough problems. Liquids and drinks, food farms and hunger, leisure and clubs, health and hospitals, and more. Reputation, rival corporations, combat floors, aesthetics and cosmetics, and new factions. So it seems like there is a lot that's going to be happening to this game before it comes out of early access. But as you can see, there's also been a whole lot that's been that they've put into the game already. So I'm very happy. I'd maybe put it to you this way. I probably wouldn't say, you know, if they stopped developing this game, I would be completely happy with it right now. I'm you know, recommending it on the full faith and credit of Brace Yourself Games and their ability to deliver on projects. And certainly they do have a fairly good track record. I seem to recall that Crypto the Necrodancer was also an early access game. But even then, I mean, for an early access game, this is a very enjoyable experience for sure. Oh, actually, while I'm busy flogging my Epic link, I should let you guys know they did put on a sale for the Game Awards, and then I don't know if there'll be a Christmas sale, but they are going to be starting doing their giveaways for free games again. Mystery as to what the next game is, but I will point out that a CRPG I am a tremendous fan of, Tyranny, is currently available on the Epic Store for free, and it's the gold edition, so it's the one with all the DLC. So if you happen to like sort of Baldur's Gate style CRPGs, both that and Pillars of Eternity are available for free on the Epic Store right now. I will maybe mention that Pillars of Eternity kind of felt like a chore to me, so I'm not as enthusiastic about that one. But of course, your mileage may vary. You may like, good lord, I think I'm gonna have to start saving a little bit more often. But yeah, if you want to pick up a free game, assuming that you have no objections to using the Epic launcher, I know certainly when I first got that affiliate link, people were very clear in how much they disliked that particular storefront. But I think it's improved tremendously since it first came out. But I don't know, if you want a free game, you can get 2 of them, and I think Tyranny is a particularly good one. Actually, I guess I was given a code for Tyranny as well, but something tells me telling you you can get Tyranny for free is not quite the same, not quite the same thing as saying you should buy. Well, I say I was given it for free. I was given it for promotional purposes. It's not for free because I've spent a lot of time streaming Tyranny. I could have been spending that time working at Starbucks and making some extra money. Anyways, I think you guys know what I mean by that. All right, let's speed things up. I'm going to trust my workers to... Wow, okay, I might have actually found something that's a hard lock. It should automatically reload in a minute. Okay, tell you what, while this is loading, I'm just going to go put the kettle on for some tea because I have a feeling I'm going to be streaming a little bit later. I'll be back in just a sec. gonna head out. So thank you for all the info. No problem at all, Castillo TV. Please, I noticed you followed, and thank you very much for that follow on Twitter. If you do start streaming again, particularly if you do Industries of Titan, but really anything that you're interested in doing, come back and let us know. I think it would be wonderful if if we can have more people sharing the game and sharing their experiences. So probably just as well, if you're picking up the game, you don't want to see the ending right away anyway. But thank you very much for coming into the channel and being such a pleasure to talk to. I hope you have a great evening. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick manual save here. So it seems to be that me speeding up the game has been the thing that triggers this crash. So I'm just going to get that done right now. Yep, okay. So I hit ascend and close. I'm going to manually reopen the game. So what I'm going to try here, I'm going to try and take the view of one of the shipyards. Hey, thank you very much for the subscription too. Thank you very much. For those of you who are not familiar with the emotes of the channel, all of them were made by the wonderful Eyes of Sin. There they are inside a chat. I get really happy when people use those. Yeah, so, and for those of you who don't know those statues, so I believe we've got System 1 Glad is Aristotle, System 1 Smart is Machiavelli, as is System 1 Dumb. My favorite by far, System 1 HMM, System 1 is Epicurus, and I actually can't remember System 1 Sad. That might actually be David. But the original kind of brief was for philosophers, but I think we've switched to just statues in general. But Isaacson is an absolute sweetheart, and I think she did such a great job with those. So, by the way, I've got some future plans for those emotes, and not in an like the plan is actually for something unrelated to emotes. And it's going to be a very long time for them to be realized, but I hope it happens. And if it does, I'll let you all know. But I'm really excited by what might be coming up with those. I'm pretty happy you came in. It's a small channel, but one of the things that's cool about this is not just a chance that I get to share games that I'm interested in. I love it. It's sometimes hard to make the sale to developers that there's value in in giving a key to a smaller channel. But one of the things that's been really rewarding about the developers that do that is you get a chance to see their communities. You get a chance to see the people who are interested in their game, and usually they wind up being really cool. It's very much a two-way street. I get a lot out of being able to share this stuff with you guys, and it's always a delight to be able to meet new people while I do this. So again, I really do mean it when I say it's been a pleasure having you in chat, because it's a it's a roll of the dice sometimes who you find on this on this platform. But it's really nice whenever people are able to sort of share their interest in a common game. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, it's pretty clear that we're provoking some crashes whenever I'm at this level by speeding things up. So I'm just going to shelter us inside the... Oh, okay. There is still another way around this. I can just go back to a previous save, and we know the problem that we were running into before as far as all of the workers being locked up. So I can actually go into an even earlier save, and we can still recover some of the losses. Have a great one, Castillo. Sorry to keep you for so long, being nice to each other. Okay, this autosave. I feel like we're getting really close to the hour of doom when we do this. Okay, so let's just speed this up. Okay, yeah, so it's something about the simulation is just killing this. So that's fine. And by the way, I just want to take a second here and say there are a number of you in here. I actually really appreciate you dealing with these crashes with me, because at this point I'm crashing the game, knowing that that's coming up, which I realize is not, it's not necessarily the sort of thing you're coming to watch. I actually appreciate that you guys are still considering getting the game, seeing that. But what I'm going to do now. The autosave's 5-minute mark. Okay, let's give this a shot. I have a feeling that we're just going to wind up on a path that will still kind of savage our save, but... And the kettle's boiling, so I'm going to step away from the keys. I'm just going to let this thing run, because this thing should be working on its own. And I'll be back in time to upgrade these buildings. Got back just in time. Okay, so we gotta get this thing up to a level 3. And again, I'm happy to let the simulation run. I don't need to get fancy. And again, hopefully whatever provoked the previous crash is not going to happen. Okay, we're getting close to where we need to be. All right, I think we're in good shape for where this pylon needs to be. So again, we'll hit this up to max speed. We'll watch the magic happen. It's kind of neat to see them do all the work here, but I don't want them to do the work there right now. I've got victory within my grasp. Actually, maybe the thing I should be explaining, because this may not be obvious to everybody who's playing the game. So the objective in this game is to find and destroy the rebel camps. I think we started with 5. I'm pretty sure it was 5 that we started off with. And we've been hunting these guys down for a while. I've been struggling to be able to build up the infrastructure to be able to take them out. So we're so close to getting this done. The way you get rid of the rebel camps is that you expand your territory to cover the areas that they've got. We can see here sort of this red border. So as soon as we're able to take out the rebel camps, the music's going to get good. But as soon as we get our command area to cover them, we're in good shape. So we've connected to the power, so as soon as this thing gets built, we're going to be able to claim some of their territory, and then we just upgrade this thing, and that's the ball game. So really, we need one more mineral, and this thing is going to get built. excess of caution, I'm going to do a save here. What I'm doing here is bringing in more citizens. So what I'm most likely to do with citizens here is convert them into workers. You use red artifacts to turn citizens into workers. Basically, you replace their organs with machinery to make them more efficient. And this thing is still listed as priority number 3. I wonder if I can't change priority on a job that's already underway. So this makes me a little nervous in that it could be that so I'm noticing that they're buzzing down the ruins. Oh, actually, here we go. Okay, let's change these priorities. I know you guys can't see the order. I'm just going to get this fixed up. I wonder if that's going to fix anything. Yep, that's exactly what we needed. But yeah, so citizens can be brought in to look at advertising, which will earn you credits. Now, as you can see, I'm kind of at my max in terms of credits. I'm earning 35 per tick, but I've already got 250,000, which is the max. And I mean, really at this point here, I'm just trying to get out that last rebel camp. So now we're going to see the magic happen. So I don't think we have full coverage yet, but we've got a homeless camp, a slum. Oh, next enemy attack in 1 minute. So let's see if we can make this happen. My tea just finished, so I'm going to step away for a quick second. Priorities. Okay, so let's see if we can make this happen within a minute. So the first thing I want to do is actually capture the territory that I can. So it looks like, yeah, we didn't get the Rebel HQ, so we are going to need to upgrade this. The question is, can this happen within the 1 minute? Because I'm pretty sure we're not going to have the... I'm pretty sure we're not going to have the ships ready to go. I only need 8 isotopes though, so it's kind of interesting. I'm curious what'll happen if the battle starts while we're taking out their camp. Okay, so we can't avoid the attack. Oh, but these guys are ready to launch. So I'm going to be able to get at least one ship under repair. Oh, maybe not. It says that it's missing energy. Oh. I waited so long and you betrayed me. Oh my god, stop! Okay, you first. Good, you're working. You, next. No! Turn back on. Ah, here's what we gotta do. Okay, we're gonna move him where there's some xanthine. Xanthine is the fuel. Okay, Wistful Prometheus. This thing's getting upgraded, so... Okay, so now it's got fuel. Now I'm gonna turn these things on. Okay, good. Good. All is right with the world. Okay. So those menacing ships are on their way. Boom. Right, right as the fleet was ready to wipe us out, we took the final HQ. Victory for Hector Scientific. Standard, we were landfallers, normal difficulty, high risk, high reward. That's actually the first time that I've done that kind of map. That was actually really fun. The map seed, for those of you who are interested, 1465510,704. We've got a market cap of 10, I guess it's 10 billion credits. 10,247.84 million credits. Game time 35 hours, 23 minutes, 42 seconds. Real time 12 hours, 37 minutes, 56 seconds, not including the resets. And some details. So this is where the market cap comes from. Our mined minerals and isotopes add towards it. They do penalize you for waste, which is kind of interesting. Oh, I'm curious about storage. I wonder exactly what goes into that calculation. They do penalize us for pollution. Man, I thought I was supposed to play the bad guy in this one. Pollution is just me efficiently offloading my costs onto someone else. I guess maybe this is unused storage. And I'm not sure about rebel buildings, if that's what we've gotten rid of. Anyways, let's do a little bit of endless mode, just so I can see what that looks like. Oh, that's not in range. Anyways, we'll dismantle all of this. So this guy's got to start repairing. This almost certainly is not going to be ready in time for the battle. So I actually at this point maybe we'll just let them have their way with my beautiful city. Because notice we're not going to be able to burrow because it's already set up there. So let's just see what happens. Oh, and we've got more than one song playing. Okay, let's see what we can do. Music players jammed. All right, I hope you enjoy both songs playing at the same time. Sorry, I know this is probably not what you guys signed up for. Oh, the Ashen... I didn't think that this guy was ready to go. Oh, that's right, it's the same... Okay, no. I should not be surprised by that. So we just lost the Forgotten Hornet. I think the Ashen Python's going to be the one to go next. That's a lot of ships. I'm confident in my defensive structures, but I'm not that confident. So let's watch the rebels break this wonderful experiment. Oh, the Wistful Prometheus is down now. I'm just waiting for them to start on the headquarters, then we can take a look at the... We can watch this in slow motion. That is a lot of rebel ships. I'm just waiting for them to hit one of the fuel silos. They're really drawing out the misery. They're leaving my headquarters alone. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot to turn on my call to arms. Yeah, we were completely sitting ducks for that whole time. That's why those ships weren't taking any damage. But that's fine. It's sometimes it's fun to just watch your stuff get wrecked. I mean, in city builders, you usually have the option to turn on disasters, right? So there's nothing that can be. There's basically nothing that can get. There's nothing I can do about this attack now because my batteries are at 0, and I'm at a negative energy generation. So unless I do some fancy footwork in terms of getting the redirecting the power towards the turrets, basically this is just going to be like there's only one purpose to this, right? We won the game, so now we get a chance to see what the game looks like when you get overrun by the rebels. And I will admit, this is actually kind of fun to watch. This beautiful creation that I made turn into smoking ash. My only small complaint is that this beautiful soundtrack is competing with itself for which one gets heard. Do you guys have any thoughts about the game? I know I was sort of playing late, and I was, I was dealing with the crashes. So I know probably I didn't do as much of a kind of a tutorial-ish sort of experience. Let's take a look. Is this an eco-friendly rebellion? How's our pollution? No, the pollution still sucks. Probably because they got rid of all the air filtration. Council monument's still standing. Oh, never mind. I guess they wait until everything else is destroyed before... No, that can't be right, because they've already done damage to the headquarters. So the giant anthe was destroyed because it was inside the shipyard that just got blown up. I wonder if I go into the options if I can fix this audio. No, that's just going to change the... I think that's just going to change the... Maybe that fixed it? No, there's still 2 songs going. They're pointedly avoiding my headquarters. Fair enough. This guy's got to be going for HQ. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We can watch the dramatic final moments. You'll notice that my fuel deficit isn't as bad because there's simply no infrastructure to be consuming it. In a future patch, we're going to be able to go. We're going to be able to enter the HQ and sort of fire back, but that's not implemented yet. Let's get. I do love it when games put photo modes in. So. Where are you? Let's capture the moment for posterity. Should get a nice wide perspective of the destruction. I mean, the focus should normally... I tend to go up here for the focus, but I think to get more of the devastation in. If I overexpose it... Eh. Oh, here. Maybe I could... Oh, wow. Am I not able to pan? Ah, I see. There we go. I don't be like aggressively, but wow, that is a really intense. If I could make it so that the lasers are flashing. Oh, here's a question. Can you advance time? No. Damn, that would actually be really cool if they could move it up. I am going to crank up the noise a bit. Make it documentary. What filter would this be? Oh, here we go. A negative, cool. So yeah, unless I wanted to muck around with the field of view, but I actually kind of like the composition here, so I wonder if I can monkey around with the contrast a little bit more. The catch is because I've messed around with the temperature, the exposure really has some consequences. Yeah, I don't know. It's not perfect, but it's a memento of our victory. Oh, I did say we're going to watch the final moments in... Alright, game over. The headquarters has been destroyed. His market cap reduced. Apparently, it was only 4 billion credits that we lost. This is still worth something, apparently. I have no idea how they justify that, but that was a lot of fun. Hopefully that wasn't... I mean, sometimes I get a little worried about being a bit too indulgent when it comes to things like that in terms of the game. You know, I hope being able to see the work that we put in destroyed was an appropriate cap to the evening. I do think I'm kind of done for tonight, though. One of my objectives tonight was to get that save finished, and I'm actually really happy that we were like. My favorite is not just that we won. We were able to get past the block that we had with our workers, and we were able to get a legit win by building stuff in time rather than having to like mess around with the saves. I felt pretty good about that. So I will give you guys a quick overview. So again, because I was dealing with quite a bit of of sort of crashing and whatnot, I didn't necessarily give the best impression of what the base game's experience is like. So definitely, so the game crashed a lot because I was going from an old save. Definitely do not consider the actually this is also an old save, so I'm gonna spike that. So when you play this game, you've got 3 modes. Standard is what I was playing. It's what I always play because endless mode doesn't. So that sort of thing doesn't really speak to me. Even for a game like Frostpunk, it isn't something that I'm all that into. For those of you who just like the construction aspects of the game, they did actually include Zen mode, which is kind of neat. So Zen mode, you can manage your corporation without enemy attackers. I mean, it's kind of up to you to decide whether or not this is, your type of thing. I suppose the big appeal about it is that this is a very beautiful looking game. And so if you like the idea of construction, you've got it. And I remember some of you got to see Valiant Cheese's game. I streamed at Hive Time, and he introduced a bear, which is like a disaster in the game, and some people reacted very negatively to that. And I guess it kind of comes down in terms of what your expectations are for the city builder genre. So for me, Surviving Mars has meteor storms and dust devils, and Afterlife has Paradise Paradise and Hell in a Handbasket and Disco Inferno. I can't really think of a lot of games that don't have some form of disaster, and I think that tends to be what makes these games really interesting. So to me, standard mode is the way that you want to play it. Now it's up to you to decide how much you want. I've not tried it on Titan. I suspect I'd fold like a deck of cards. I guess, would it be fold like a deck? That doesn't make sense. But actually, tell you what, I'll do a quick start. I'm not going to go too far, but right now there's just the Landfallers. There will be some added factions in the game. So you have 3 destinations that you can start with. So low risk land grant is sort of the default level. It's normal everything. We were just finishing on high risk, high rewards. The idea here is that you've got very high resources, and you've got the rebel camp. Oh, this is new. This is kind of neat. So, in this case here, you need to make hay before the rebels really start coming after you. And as you can see, they ramp up. I've actually been kind of interested in pioneering Terraformer because I really struggle with, with resource bottlenecks. So this will probably be the next one that actually, tell you what, I'll load this one up. Also, if you want, you can do a custom location. And the reason I repeated that map seed is that if you want to challenge a friend or you want to report an issue, if you want, you can type in a map seed, or if you want, you can just sort of mess around. We could say no lakes, no crevices. Actually, crevices give you xanthine, so we'll give lots of those, lots of mineral patches and isotopes, no rocks, fewer rebel camps, lots of mineral nodes, lots of isotope nodes. This is probably this will probably not be a very challenging map. But let's try Terraforming Pioneer. I'm actually going to get really brave. So this will probably be something I try on my own. Lem Systems. Oh, I wonder if that's after the science fiction author. So hardcore mode, no active pause, game saved only on exit and only one save. Now you notice I've been using save a lot. So I do want to give you a bit of an idea about what the basic experience is without me trying to specifically wipe out the rebel camps. Like in this case, I had, for the majority of this stream, I sort of knew where the rebels were and I was just trying to bend the workforce to my will. Alright, each new wave of migrants to Titan brings hopes and dreams from every corner of the solar system. An old saying on Titan goes, the bigger the dream, the better the mark. So, as we said, resources, wow, I mean, it says that resources are rare, but we're sitting on a pretty nice little stack here. So you start with 9 tile, or is it 9? Actually, I think it's fewer because you've got the middle one. I guess it'd be 8. So you start with some ruins that you can explore. I'm hitting the hotkey V, and you have 8 workers that you can sort of dedicate towards your goals. I am eventually going to build another storage facility, but I usually like to start with a large storage container, and I need 1 additional mineral, so we're going to have to work down the existing resources, or sorry, the existing ruins. So if you want, you do have your advisors. There is a tutorial for the game. What I will say is if you play the tutorial, I strongly recommend checking out your advisors because parts of the old tutorial are now in this advisors window. So it's not just for when you feel lost. They will actually tell you things that are helpful inside of the game. I mean, sometimes it's just fun to discover this stuff on your own. So, but in my case, I found it very helpful. So we've got ruins here. So this has got a red artifact, this has got minerals, isotopes, and waste. And one of the first choices that you sort of need to make is like, okay, do I want to take this thing for its artifacts, or do I want to take this thing for its resources? We're pretty resource rich here, so I'm not too worried about these consequences. But in this case, let's take these ruins. These don't have any artifacts, so we're good to go here. This is 3 red artifacts, or I can generate 2 minerals or 2 waste, so obviously the artifacts are better here. This one's a little bit more of a dilemma because I can get a total of 17 resources, 15 minerals, 2 isotopes, or 1 red artifact. In this case, I'm willing to give up the artifact for the resources. So once these guys are done sort of salvaging everything, they're going to start automatically moving these resources. Again, you've got a whole resource management window here. There's a little bit of trouble with this if you're streaming, but if you're playing the game, you're not going to have any problems with that. And right now they're all standing around my storage because everything's full. So let's say, okay, well, we're clearly generating a lot of resources. Let's get that bigger receptacle built. And eventually I'm going to try to get some industry on this planet. One of the things I'd like to do to get the industry working is to get some power. Obviously, you're not able to do a whole lot if you're not able to generate the energy that you need. So the way that power works in Industries of Titan, actually, you know what? I'm also going to set up some claims. So you need so the way that the sorry, I'll talk about power in a minute. The way that resource allocation works in this game is that you've got the council that sort of runs Titan. And what you need to do is you need to give up influence. So basically, this is you getting in good with the bosses to get the resources you need, as opposed to that jackass down the hall who's also got their startup. So in this case here, we use 20 influence to generate get a claim on the minerals patch, and now we've got one of my workers who's busy working that patch, and now I've got a fairly steady stream of minerals coming in. Now I was talking about setting up industry, so the first component is xanthane. So you pull fuel out of the atmosphere. One other thing I'm going to do here is just put down a waste receptacle so that we can store the waste and not have to put that in my large storage container. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. And what I usually like to do is I like making large generators if I can. It's a little cramped here in the headquarters, but I'm usually able to pull this off. So I'll build one of those. You don't actually need people to man the generators or anything like that. You have, you're actually going to be able to have, that's only on ships where you need people to get that work done. I'm also going to set up a relay because it's not enough to build a generator. You actually need to be able to transfer the power. An industrial outlet will let you take that power out of your building. Now this monetization station's a little premature. So basically the only job on Titan is to watch high click-through rate ads. And so basically, once I start getting some citizens, they'll be sitting in their pod generating revenue from advertising. But right now, what I'm a little more concerned about is I'm letting this fuel sort of get pulled out of the atmosphere, and it's not being used for anything, and I'm not storing it. So the first thing that I can do is take this generator. I'm going to use 3 of that fuel. It'll produce 9 energy. And some of that energy is going to go into sort of powering the monetization station. I'm also going to put a habitat pod in here so that I can have people working a job. But I need to get this stuff built first. Also, I need the minerals, so it looks like... How much do we have sitting here? We got 16 minerals, so we're good. We just don't have people moving it into storage yet. One thing that I do want to have happen is I want to get enough influence to be able to start mining this isotopes patch. The other thing that I want to do, though, is I want to get my people scanning the ruins. So this is territory I own. There's also the command area. So this is territory I can have some kind of influence over. This is what let me get rid of the rebels. Now, level 1 ruins have the lowest cost out of the ruins. If you want an empty tile, it's usually just 4 influence. But in this case here, you can survey ruins that you don't have a claim on. And so what you're able to do is you're sort of able to make a judgment in terms of which ones are the most appealing. Not every ruins tile is equal. Some of them will be pretty resource rich. Some of them will be artifact rich. Some of them will be just pure waste. And that's one of the, you kind of got to see one of the interesting choices you needed to make, which was, do I want to go into the red artifact? Do I want to, consume this resource for the red artifacts, which will be able to give you more workers, or you're going to be able to sell those to the council for additional influence? Or maybe what you want to do is you want to take advantage of the resources so you can build up your infrastructure. And it's kind of up to you to decide which one you're interested in. So notice here we've got these ruins. This is good for 7 minerals, but it's also going to generate 12 waste. And I don't really have a whole lot to do in terms of places to put waste yet. I am noticing that there is a mineral resource node here, so probably my expansion's going to be to sort of move south and set up a mine here as soon as I can. I'm going to need to build a command center to be able to open this up, but I've already got a target in terms of where some of my next expansion is going to be. I also see here that we've got the crevice. The crevice tends to generate quite a bit of xanthine, as does the sinkhole, and so in these cases I'm probably going to want to build some fuel turbines in these areas over here. So if I want to build residential areas, it's a tough call, but I'd say most likely I'd want to generate residential areas sort of over here, because I'm going to be generating pollution over on this side. Maybe it's better for me to actually focus on the fuel turbine over on this side. So as you can see, they've already picked up all of the resources. I really should be building a habitat pod at this point, so I can get some people on the planet. And I'm sure the game will make it that this will be an undesirable move, but right now I entomb parts of my infrastructure because there doesn't seem to be any need to repair these things. So once this battery gets built, I'm going to pack this full of some other resources and we'll be ready to go. So I will put a priority on that habitat pod just so that we can start getting some bodies in. And to unlock the spaceport, we need 2 red artifacts. We already extracted those. So now I can pay for influence for some minerals, isotopes, and waste. I don't think I want to do that. I'll wait to get some pops in. But I am going to need to build a energy pylon. So the energy pylon is going to... Basically, it's going to be the thing that lets me build some industry. I think what I'm going to do here, I'll build the energy pylon to the south here, because I know eventually I'm going to be expanding. I'm going to be expanding down to this mineral node. So this is just going to give me a little bit of extra distance to sort of take advantage of that. And I'm noticing that my influence is actually 2 away from getting to that magic 40. So I think I'm probably going to build. I think I'm actually probably going to claim the isotopes patch. Ooh, I'm going to bring 1 pop in, though. So in addition to the population, I get 1 isotope and 4 waste. Again, we don't have a way of handling the waste yet, but that's fine. I can figure that out later. I do have some idle employees, so at this point here, I think I'll just explore the remaining ruins. I've declined to sort of extract anything from these ruins because I want to save up my influence to start mining that node. Now, the funny thing is, it's actually faster for me to be taking resources out of these ruins, but because I'm probably going to wind up building sort of residential areas and whatnot up here, it's not necessarily a disadvantage to me to start working these tiles early. So if I can get 1 mineral patch, 1 isotope patch, and just kind of get a nice little steady stream of those resources, that's kind of an appeal to me. I might later build a mine to be able to get get my hands on more of those resources a little bit faster. But for now, I'm just going to claim it, and we'll get a worker building up. Now, I am going to have to build a factory, and it requires minerals. So while we're waiting for our influence to go up, I think what I'll do here is I'll just upgrade the pylon. Now, I don't actually need to do that right now. I'm doing it mostly because I can, and it's also because I'll probably, with a little, just kind of keeping an eye to the future, if I upgrade this energy pylon quick enough, then I have a natural place for my fuel turbine. And that means all of a sudden, oh, what do you know? I can spend 10 to claim this particular sector. Now I can build a fuel turbine there. And I just wind up being a little bit more efficient in terms of my use of, my use of my resources. So I don't have any idle workers. I've got somebody who's currently watching ads, so they're generating a small number of credits for me. Doesn't that look like a satisfied worker? We're full on waste, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Oh, no, it's not going to be a problem here because this doesn't generate waste. Brilliant. Okay. We do have idle workers again. That makes me sad. But yeah, so one of the reasons why I'm spending the effort to upgrade this energy pylon is just with a mind to the fact that I'm most likely going to take my power. I'll spend 100 credits for the fuel turbine. And at the moment, I'm generating a surplus. But over time, I'm going to probably have a little bit of a bottleneck when it comes to fuel. One thing I might try as an alternative, because we had so many weak points in my infrastructure, I might try to build something a little less fixed, and maybe I'll just build single tile buildings so that they can burrow more. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. But fortunately, I'm not going to need to make that decision right away because we're about to get our 10th point of influence, so claim that, salvage it. Again, we gave up a red artifact for that. We're currently only sitting on one, but the world's our oyster as far as the red artifacts are concerned. I wonder if we're generating pollution yet. Not really. So the rain's not really helping me in terms of reducing pollution levels. But yeah, basically, we've now got a nice little pot of resources that we can exploit. We've also got 2 tiles that we've got people fairly constantly working on, and once we get those minerals back home, what are we sitting on here actually? 28 and 2. So yes, we have just enough as far as the isotopes are concerned. So this is the highest level energy pylon I can make. You'll notice that it's just in range for the fuel turbine. So really, we're at a point here where we just need our workers to bring the resources home. We should have enough storage to be able to keep them in. Yeah, 69 available, and we certainly don't have. We're not generating that many resources all that quickly. So if you look, you can sort of see our merry workers carrying the resources. And at this point, we just kind of need to wait for them to bring these things home. And again, the reason why I specifically am building it here is that the sinkhole, you can't build on the sinkhole, but what happens is xanthane sort of seeps out of these areas. So both crevices and sinkholes will produce xanthane. And what we've got here, you can notice just beside it, it's 32.84. Let's maybe compare that to headquarters, which has got 28.19. And I expect that number to go down over time. You'll notice that it just went down to 28.18. And that's, of course, because we've got a fuel, a fuel extractor, a large fuel extractor, pulling that out of the air. And so that's... that's something you want to be conscious about. If you wind up building a whole lot of fuel extractors in the same area, you're going to see that xanthane number just plummet, and you're not really going to have any answer in terms of how to get more of it. So you have a few options in terms of how to handle it. I mean, you could build a factory close to a crevice, and you could fill it full of fuel extractors if you're so inclined. Again, you just take a look at the overlay. But what you're going to notice is over time, the tiles that are next to xanthane, you can actually already see it happening here. You're going to notice the tiles that are beside all of these high concentrations of xanthane. And it tells you in the description, right? These mysterious anomalies pose no threat to the buildings around them, but their true nature is obscured by the huge amount of xanthane they exude. And nobody is sure of the purpose of these ancient xanthane emitting crevices, nor has anyone who went down come back up. So, again, because you have sort of this replenishing effect of being beside the sinkhole, this is a very natural place for you to put your fuel turbines. Now, the one drawback for me is if I want to double up my, if I do want to double up my fuel turbine, that means that I'm either going to need to spend 20 influence to claim this ruins with its 3 red artifacts, or its high concentration of minerals isotopes, but unfortunately waste as well. Actually, it looks like both of those. Yeah, so the one drawback about this location is that I actually need to spend quite a bit to be able to expand out. This might be a natural choice just because it's mineral rich and it only has 1 red artifact. But if I felt I needed to expand my workforce, then I would probably want to claim this one and its 3 red artifacts. Alternatively, I spend the 10 and I... Yeah, actually this one I'm going to boost my red artifact collection just in case. Although I probably need minerals more so I can build my factory. Well, we've got this one here. I don't think my factory is going to generate that much pollution. Yeah, I'll build it here. I'm trying to think what my road network's going to look like. So I'm going to want a road that kind of moves down to this these minerals here. The furthest I could put a command center would be either here or here. I mean, maybe what happens is I put the transportation hub here and then we just do logistics kind of down the edge like this. That also allows me the possibility of building roads over here. Let's say the fuel turbine becomes a priority. Yeah, and at that point, so I don't have an option of pausing, but really my next steps would be to decide with this incoming influence. Let's get another pop in. Eventually what's going to happen is I'm going to build this factory, I'm going to fill it with people and jobs. And essentially my choices are going to have to be, you know, what do I want to spend my my influence on? So when I get back to 10, I'm going to have to pick, you know, one of these tiles are going to have resources that I want. I'm already extracting red artifacts, so, you know, maybe I'll take this. You know, this is actually not a bad little ruins because it's 15 minerals, 1 isotope. I'm definitely short on minerals, so let's, you know, let's take that out. Then we're going to be able to, you know, build up our factory, and then we're going to be able to bring... One of my higher priorities right now is to bring in more people to work those jobs so that I can get the credits to start building some more... I can get the credits to start building some more, you know, some more of my bigger buildings. So, you know, being able to build an energy plant would be fantastic right now, because that would allow me to generate a lot of energy early on, and then I would, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about building generators inside of the factory. What I would do instead is I would just rely on these, you know, these large, these large generators in the form of the energy pylons. Of course, I'm also going to need to free up tiles to be able to work on those, so maybe that's a little premature. But those are the examples of some of the the early game choices that you make. And of course, for those of you who are watching me play earlier, you can see that your cities get quite large and you start building spaceships, and generally you just start hunting the ne'er-do-wells. But I actually kind of like, you know, for something that says that it's resource scarce, I actually really like this start. I'm going to enjoy continuing on this playthrough because I you know, being able to get that early mine, I think is going to be interesting in terms of what possibilities that opens for me. I'm going to do a couple final steps, so I'll take advantage of some extra batteries. I tend to prioritize batteries over fuel storage for the simple reason that you can get by, like, batteries will allow you to get by where you have a shortage of fuel. You just use the energy that you've already generated. Whereas fuel, if you know, you're assuming your generators are still working. Now I've been hurt by that a couple of times. I've definitely underinvested in fuel storage, but that's kind of the approach that I've taken. I don't know if I have... Yeah, I don't have enough minerals, but the first thing I'm going to do is build a... I'm going to build a monetization... Oh, actually, I can build one right away. Let me just think for a minute. So I'm probably going to extend it down like this. That's not quite ready for prime time, in my opinion.
Extraction complete.
This is just going to give... Right now, the factory is going to consist of a single monetization station for my other sort of do their day-to-day work. Eventually what I'm going to do is build another habitat pod down on the edge. Basically, we're just going to set this up as sort of a new location to get as many monetization stations and as many workers crammed in as we can. And eventually, we're going to start building some conversion capsules that will get my. All right. So why aren't you building? Oh, I know why. Because somebody's already doing that job. What else do I want to burn down? You know, maybe I'll just. Yeah, it's a tough call. This is really good for red artifacts, but it's not. Yeah, some of these level 10s are not that exciting. I do need resources, so let's find something that's mineral rich. This'll do. So as you can see, we got a worker coming in there. So here's an example of a conversion capsule now. Oh, you know what? I screwed up. Well, that's fine. I'll still have use for this this area. But yeah, the conversion capsule will be the thing that I use to generate more workers. I'll convert them from population. But what I really want to do is generate a habitat pod. And I'm going to use that to bring in some more people so that I can get more people working on monetization stations. One of the really high priorities for that early on is that credits are going to be how you unlock different... they're going to be how you unlock your additional buildings. So early investment in terms of credits and your ability to generate them pays off. Of course, the drawback is that the way the game works right now, it's very easy to generate a lot of credits and then just not use them after a certain period of time. But you know, that's I'm sure that'll be resolved later on in the game. So we only get one save. So here I'm going to quit to the main menu just because I have been streaming. I've actually been streaming for 2 hours longer than I normally do. But I hope I gave you guys a pretty good idea. You know, beyond, so you noticed that there weren't the crashes like I was having before. That's because, of course, I'm playing on a new save, which is appropriate to this patch, and I don't have a bunch of, you know, ships flying around. There aren't a whole bunch of other things just, you know, flywheeling off in other directions. So the game is very enjoyable and very stable in its current condition. But I did also give you an example of how you can get to saves at a certain point where it is very easy to crash the game. And if you do, I do highly recommend that you send the report, either the bug report or the automatically generated one through the Unreal Engine, because as you can see from the roadmap, there's a lot planned for this game. And I do encourage you, you know, check out the Brace Yourself channel, check out their Discord. It's a very friendly group there, but it's also a great little chance to talk about the game and things that are working for you and maybe things that you'd like to see done differently. Let me just take a minute here and see who is online. Sorry, you're gonna have to go without the music for a little bit. I will just say for myself, and again, maybe for those of you who weren't here when I said this before, I was given a key for this game for promotional purposes. So if you're swayed by my honeyed words, don't feel too too careful about the, you know. I hope you do consider getting this game because I enjoyed this quite a bit. But please do keep in mind that you know, it's the age of influencer marketing, and it's you know, I should disclose it, and you should decide how much you want that to weight your buying plans. So we got a few really good people who are streaming right now. Thanks for the stream, SC. I was lurking a bit with the stream in the background. Always love listening. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you in here, both as a chatter and as a lurker. Let me give you guys a quick rundown of what my plans are for the oncoming week. So this weekend, I'm going to record a bunch of VODs. So for those of you who enjoy Morrowind on Tuesdays, that's going to be I'm going to try and have another episode of that. I also have the ongoing YouTube series for Wednesday afternoons. So I'm going to be recording a few more of those. My most likely next live cast will be Monday, probably more Age of Wonders Planetfall, although I have noticed that the attendance to that has sort of been drawing down rather significantly. So I don't know if you folks want to see more. I don't know if you want to see Stellaris again. I don't know if you'd like to see other games. But traditionally, I've done strategy on Mondays, so maybe I'll just do Phantom Brigade. We'll see where it goes. Oh, I'm sorry, Remarkable Frisbee. Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours, which is about 2 hours more than I normally do. So I'm sorry to do that to you, but I will find someone good to host. I'll actually give you guys a few options because there's a lot of really good people online right now. So yeah, if you guys like the Morrowind vodcast, that will be, if you want to chat with me, that'll be on Tuesday at 7:00. If you prefer the high quality version, that will be on YouTube at the same time, 7:00. I'll try to have the high definition version ready by then, but it's obviously up to YouTube in terms of how quickly they want to process that. And then Wednesday and Friday, I am more inclined towards doing Phantom Brigade because I've been really looking forward to getting back to that game. But I don't know. Let me know if you have a particular love of Industries of Titan. I don't mind spending more time inside the game here, but I really do. We're still on the same campaign from Phantom Brigade, so I would like to get back to. Yeah, I'm really happy that you stopped by too, Remarkable Frisbee. I'm sorry that I know this has been happening a couple of times with you. And I wish I could go longer, but I really do appreciate you stopping by nonetheless. So we actually have a few really good people who are streaming tonight. Sadly, no more Industries of Titan, otherwise I would have been hosting that. But I'll let you know about a couple of people who I would normally have hosted. So Apocalypse is currently streaming Apex Legends. That development has actually moved to Vancouver, so it's Vancouver night in terms of development. A guy I knew who used to run a bar called EXP, which I really enjoyed going to, has now joined that team. So that gives me a chance to try it out. I really like Titanfall 2, but Battle Royale isn't quite my thing. So I haven't taken the plunge yet. Speaking of Battle Royales, Johnny Big Time is also streaming. Now he's doing Call of Duty Warzone. Johnny's a really good streamer. I actually I don't tell him this because it's his channel. I actually wish he would stop doing Battle Royale because he's really good at other games and he's really funny during other games. So I do recommend that you check him out as well. He's had a little trouble keeping his schedule for streaming, but he is somebody who's worth checking out. But what I am going to host tonight is Night Valian, who was in chat a little bit earlier. And he is currently doing Monster Sanctuary, which I don't know what that is. But Night Valian is a real gentleman. I've had a lot of fun hanging out in his cast, and he's also the one with the smallest number of viewers right now. So I think it'd be really wonderful if we can give him a host. I'd love it if you guys would come along on this raid with me, and we'll have a chance to check out a new game. For those of you who wanted to watch me play more Industries of Titan, I will be coming back to this game. I'm not 100% sure what day yet. So if you would like kind of moment-to-moment updates, Twitter's the best place for that. I will be coming back to Industries of Titan for sure, but I might be doing the other Brace Yourself game for a little bit called Phantom Brigade, just because it's a little bit newer, and I really like that game a lot. So I'd like to get back to it, and I will balance my time between Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade for sure. Thanks for watching, and we will leave it to Night Valian to entertain the rest of you.